one. Not two dual.
Well, I got one on my notes on that PowerPoint.
Would you want us to face them?
Yeah.
I think we have to,
See, did you want to wait?
I think we got it.
I got it on my side.
I just did it.
Whose computer is that?
That's mine. But the thing about it is my touch doesn't work anymore. And so
Time for an upgrade. Oh, that's sweet.
I clicked
Can
it
you
on
touch
my
that
computer.
well, I did, it's off of mine. It's a touch screen.
No.
That's what it's.
Oh, but it's got a,
Is that stylus maybe?
it's got a mouse and everything right there.
Wait, I'm gonna do this. Okay, there we
Got
go.
me to like.
Okay.
I did that at school all the time, you're like, it's not a touch screen.
Uh-huh.
You forget.
All right, well, welcome everybody. We're gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order. Welcome everyone. Would you please rise for the pledge of allegiance? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we'll have roll call. Could you please call the roll?
Director Ray, Director Kelly,
Here,
Director Seaman,
He's absent at this time.
President Levesque,
Present.
Director Knapp. Here. Student Advisor Schroeder.
Here.
Student Advisor Levon.
Here.
Superintendent Sweetie.
Here. Thank you. Next up, we'll have our approval of the agenda. We have a motion to approve the agenda.
make a motion to approve the agenda.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
President Levesque,
Aye.
Director Knapp.
Aye. Thank you. The agenda is approved. Next up, we'll have our overview of the day and setting the stage for the new 22-23 school year, and that will be presented by Dr. Christine Superintendent.
Okay, usually I'm down with that, and this is a new change, so welcome everybody. Today, we've got several learning outcomes that we're hoping to achieve, so you can either look at them on the agenda or they're up on the screen, but they're a little bit small. First of all, number one, we want to build and foster a strong Arlington Public Schools board team. That's a goal for us and part of our outcome prior today. We want to identify areas of strength and growth based on our board self-assessment that the board completed in June. We want to develop then board and superintendent goals and a PD plan to promote those goals or to support those goals based on our self-assessment and some other things that we'll talk about. And we want to gain a shared understanding of what are the equity efforts that we engaged in last year, and then what are we going to do moving forward into this year. Then we're going to review the strategic plan and some potential revisions and changes. And then we're going to review the student, family, community steward feedback, not in this order, but those are some outcomes that we can have. So next, I just want to take about the next 10 or 15 minutes to set the stage for the new school year. So 22-23. So for the last 2 weeks, we've already been working with the district leaders. We had cabinet, expanded cabinet, and then our district leadership team in the last 2 weeks get together and talk about the new school year and what do we anticipate and what are we planning for. But in order to do that, it's reflecting on what we learned in the last year so that we can use what we've learned to cause this next year to be better than ever. So you're going to take a moment and you're going to think individually, what did you learn? What did we learn or accomplish last year? So take a sticky note. You can do a couple of sticky notes. I want you to take the next moment or two and write, what did you learn? What did you accomplish this last year? So this is time to reflect. You can use multiple colors, because what you're gonna do, once you have yours, see this word "we" right here? We're gonna fill that in with the sticky notes. So we want to have the whole white space of the "we" and the W and the "e" filled in. So you can put several things on one sticky, you can use multiple stickies, but take a moment to choose one. So as you finish, you can go start filling in the "we" with the map. Placing and filling up the. Okay. We didn't get her off the bat, but we didn't have. to do it first, so we'll add to that as we go. So I'm gonna go back to the meeting. And I'm gonna ask board members to go up and just read one or two of the stickies. It doesn't have to be yours. So Kyle, can you start? Just go ahead and pick one of those and share two of those.
We learned that change is constant and we learned that we were reminded how much I care for each of the students.
Thank you. Sherry, you wanna take two?
Take two. Let's see. I learned about the board's role in serving the Arlington community. I was kind of putting over here if we read those. And we are stronger together.
Thank you. Mary?
Answering the question, how will my decision help the student? I like this one. I was able to grow academically. I believe and saw more opportunities for students like myself to broaden their learning.
Thank you.
I like this one, new safety measures in the entryway and more security people. Introspection when considering an issue that required a vote by the board.
Thank you. You're good.
We learned that we most all learn better in person, even more. And then we learned about listening, such as school visits and hearing from students and staff.
Cool. Wonderful. Thanks, Marissa. And members, they are listening very carefully. I think we've covered most of the stickies. However, they participated in this exact activity with district leaders. And I did put a slide in here of some of the things that our district leaders. So this is from last week, and some of the things they said were, we are stronger than we think. We can do difficult things. We can adapt and do hard things. Return to in-person learning full time. Learn how to do that. To embrace change. Unity is essential for progress. And the power of student voice. So you can see those are just some of the things. So we did this activity to reflect on what we've learned. So we did that last week. It's good to think about that as we anticipate for the new school year. So also, so there's, the board mentioned it in their reflection, but listening and learning from our students, from our staff, and from our families and the community. So this next part, what we learned from last year, there was times when we heard from our students. We did student voices and we did community voices, and then our staff virtual voices really was available 24/7. They could fill that out and answering the questions, what's working, what's not, what suggestions do you have. So I took the feedback from all of like the student voices and made a wordle, and then the staff voices and the community voices and leadership voices. We also did a voices opportunity with our principals and assistant principals and directors, executive directors. So this is from staff. So this is, we can see that the bigger words are the ones that were spoken more often in the virtual survey. So for example, what's working in-person learning, in-person learning. That was number one in the comments. What needs improving, some challenges, you know, and this, that STEM, there's like in January, it was really hard. You know, we had an increase in infection rate, and so it was really challenging. And so there was a lot of responses from staff, so that stands out. The other things that are in there that it's harder to see is they're in little letters, and you can see that they're hiring, they want to improve on some facilities, they want to improve on some pay and so forth. In the future, they want to be more inclusive. They want to replace post, and they want us to listen to them. Those stood out. So then the next, students. So for the student voice, so what makes learning fun was the number one thing, and you can see it, their teacher. Their teacher. What their teacher does makes a difference for them. So in our support to teachers, it's important because that makes a difference for the kids and makes learning fun. Other things that were mentioned about what makes learning fun is hands-on activities, games, teamwork, interactive activities, science, intriguing questions. Those were some of the comments from students. Now, what makes learning hard? Number one, in all the schools we went to, no matter what the level, whether it was elementary, middle, or high, was disruptions and interruptions. Number one. Some of the other things, wearing masks, math, time limits, and some mentioned their teacher. So most of all, the teacher can make it fun, but the teacher can also make it hard, you know, depending on their approach. And then what suggestions do they have? Number one for elementary, swings. One swings. Okay, I don't know about that, but, and then number one for secondary was more electives, more choices in their courses. And some of the other things they mentioned was more sports, more clubs, they want a study hall, a better lunch food, a later start. So those were some of the feedback that you can see, the ones that stand out. For the community, what's working, they loved having the free lunches. The teachers were number one. They loved the teachers and that connection. The next was free lunches. And the challenge on that is that that's not happening this next year. We don't have that waiver. So but they really thought that that was working well. Inclusion, in-person learning, COVID communication, those are some of the other working well. Needs improvement, you can see it. Behavior support and mental health support. So those, and more counseling, more staff. Those are things within that cloud of needing improvement. And then in the future, it's very clear from our community, replace post. At least those that came to these sessions, to the community voices, replace post. Schools funding and greener schools, that was also mentioned. Leadership voices, these are the principals, assistant principals, and directors. Directors, what's working well, number one, district unity. And the team building activities is really related to the DLT, the district leadership team. What we do at our, every other week, we get together throughout the year to learn together and to build our capacity as a leadership team. And we have them pair up and do a team building activity. And they were pretty creative most of the time, so that was fun. And I have to say, it says that on here, you might wonder what it is, the heavenly hunks, those are candies, chocolate candies. So I gotta just say what they are. So there's no question about what those are. They were chocolate candies and then no masks. What needs improving, challenging parents, in other words, parents that, just we're trying to work together with it can be challenging. Onboarding new staff, social media overload, and behavior support. That's and in the future, replace post, number one. So what's ahead for 22-23? And there's three areas. what are we going to emphasize this year? What are we going to continue doing, and what are we going to prioritize? So these, we've gone over this with those groups that I just talked about, and now I'm sharing with the board what we're going to emphasize, continue doing, and prioritize. So what do we emphasize? That we're better together, always, no matter what. That our combined skills and talents and experiences and wisdom, all that brings depth for making better decisions. That when we row together and when we're sharing that same destination, which is for us, our strategic plan, our mission, that every student is educated, prepared, and inspired to graduate and be ready for life. That's important. And so our emphasis, in short, for this year, and you can see it on things in front of you, is the strength of you, me, and we. So that for this year, we are focusing on that. There's some in front of you, there's some different things, like you've got our lanyards. So our lanyards this year have that on there. So they have the strength of you, me, and we. Your notebook, the spiral notebook that you have in front of you, has the strength of you, me, and we. So that's our emphasis. Every year we have an emphasis, and I was going to share with you. So this is going on to my 7th year, and each year we focused on an emphasis, but we never let it go. So when you bring an emphasis, it stays, we just kind of scaffold and keep scaffolding. So the first year I was here, the emphasis was shine a light on student learning, and we will never stop doing that. The next year we said, make it a home game for every student every day. That means that they feel included and that they belong. We will continue doing that. The next year, the emphasis was cultivate growth and learning. We're going to cultivate that. And the next year after that was inspiring a growth mindset, which we are continuing to do. And then COVID happened, and we said we're going to move all the challenges together. And then last year, our emphasis was keep moving forward. And so this year's emphasis is the strength of unity. So I just wanted to let you know on that. So moving forward, what are we going to keep doing? Well, I guess I have to stop for a moment before we move on to keep doing. So for us as a board, for that emphasis, what can we do? What are some board actions? And I put on there to support the voice opportunity, to come when you can, as much as you can. We are going to establish for the very first time a student advisory council. And what that is it's made up of, first of all, the students that are already selected for different committees, and like our very own 2 board advisors, Kyle and Mariska, they're on this very first student council, plus our 4 ACE students, advisors, and our district equity team. And then we're adding a few, like 5 or 6 more. So there'll be about 15 individuals, some students on this council. They're going to get together on district day when all the teachers get together and we have a kickoff, and we have Erin Jones. Erin Jones is the author of Stories and Strategies for Racial Healing, Bridges to Heal United States. She was in 2013 in Washington, D.C. She was honored for being a champion for change. In 2012, she ran for the office of the first Black woman to ever run for the elected office for the Office of Public Instruction. She also I think it was 2008, not sure the date, or maybe 2015, she was PTA honored her as with honors as an educator. So she's been in education for over 20 years. She's coming to talk with our whole staff. And then after she speaks with them, she's going to meet with the Student Council, Advisory Council for an hour and a half to have lunch with them. So just knowing about those activities and supporting them. Now, the other thing that's in blue there, it says we've been selected to present at the WASDA conference in Spokane, Arlington. The focus of that presentation is to share about our listening and how we learn from our listening, and how we use that to become a more equitable system to support all kids. So we have that, and So we've been selected, we're actually presenting twice on a Friday and on a Saturday. And just continue the listening and learning from all of our stakeholders. And there's an event, and it's more than just an event, but there's an event called Stronger Together, and it's on September 17th. So to have the board, support that as well. Those are specific actions that will help with our emphasis of strength of unity. Next, what are we going to continue doing? We're going to align all of our work always with our strategic plan, the 4 goals that are in there, our values that are in there. We're going to continue implementing the district equity plan, and we have our policy, our equity policy. We're going to maintain our district norms, which we've already did it this morning a couple times. Assume positive intent, be professional in all interactions, and be kinder than necessary, and be fully present and engaged and be prepared. So, and this is for us, it's for our leaders, and it's for our teachers, it's for our all classified staff, it's for everyone. And in our strategic plan, we have some values that are listed there, and these are based on not just, okay, they're words, they're based on what we really actively are engaging in. So actively, and we believe that we need to nurture a culture of equitable practices. That takes work, and that's one of the reasons why we're bringing Erin Jones in, that she can help us to be our the focus is on being our best selves, so that individually we have our strengths, but together that we then can maximize what we can do for kids in our community. And then this is a responsibility that we have together, collective responsibility, continuous improvement. We never will arrive. We will be constantly in motion of checking and changing things so that we can make improvements, and a collaborative culture. We're going to continue fostering a growth mindset. Very, very important that we believe that there's nothing that's fixed, and that we do learn from, like just reflecting from last year. Even though last year was hard, and in the last 2 years, 2.5 years, we learned from that and get better. And we have, this is hard to see, but this is our learning targets or our learning outcomes for the adults, for every adult. And there's 5 areas that we like. We have leadership practices, we have professional learning communities, we have culturally responsive practices. So there's 5 areas that we have specific things that we believe that every adult in our system needs to know, be able to do for one purpose: to support the learning of each student. And this is just the chart, we've seen it before, but it's the chart of pulling all of that stuff together. The very center, the darkest circle it's goal 1, increase student learner achievement. So everything that we do focuses on that. And so that circle around there, it says equity, and then it has those 5 areas of learning to build our capacity. And then there's, of course, the other 3 goals of the strategic plan to support goal 1, increase student learning and achievement. And then our professional learning communities, this chart has been around. I mean, it's been here for a while in the district, and it really talks about the cycle, the PLC cycle. When you never stop. You're looking at what's working for a student's learning, what's not, or what is, and you're constantly in that continuous improvement mode. And so what can we do as a board? We can consider and approve revisions to the strategic plan. So when we think about it, we're saying we're going to continue that, but there's some changes. So we can do that. And we're going to do that this afternoon. We can prepare or participate in professional development to increase our capacity as a board, like today, engaging in the workshop, that we can make better decisions and be more culturally responsive and be a more effective governance team. This quote on this, it says, Says take action. An inch of movement will bring you closer to your goals than a mile of intention. So that's important that we are just making steps. Even if they're small. So what are we gonna prioritize? Is Arlington a place for everyone? Can everyone say they belong? Can you say, I belong? Can every family or community member say, we belong here? Can each student say, I belong here? And this is something that a student wrote, just reminding us that a teacher made a difference in making them feel, even though they felt like a misfit, that the teacher made them feel like they belong. So what can we do to help every person, staff and student and family member and community member, ourselves? We can gain an understanding about how we can meet the differences and different needs that people have, and especially our students. We can support strategies and systems and programs that will remove barriers and increase access. So I just listed some here. You've approved these. So as a board, you open doors with the decisions that we make. We open doors. Hope Navigator Project, UDL implementation, SEL, so social emotional learning. So the character strong and the purposeful people. And student advisor advocates. Those are just a few examples of things that to support this work and to support increasing equitable and culturally responsive practices. So our individual and collective strength is needed to fulfill our mission, which is to educate, prepare, and encourage students to graduate. So it's cool here in this picture. I shared this. So on the left side, it's Arlington High School, whenever we go to graduate. On the right side, it's Weston. And there's an example there, the two little pictures. The one at the top is a student and their daughter. So we're removing barriers. You can be a parent, a student parent, and graduate, and we celebrate that they've overcome that barrier, and awesome. The picture in the bottom is a student that has some, challenges, some health challenges, and yet able to open doors and increase access so they graduate. So that's what we're about. So in setting the stage for 22-23, it is about this, the strength of you, me, and we, for the purpose of helping every student be successful, to graduate, to feel good about themselves, to know that they belong. So Gary, can you read one of the quotes in front of you?
I can do things you cannot. You can do things I cannot. Together we can do great things, and that's Mother Teresa.
Gina, can you read the one that's right in front of you?
The same.
Oh, it's the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're same. Okay, Kyle, can you read the one in front of you?
Absolutely. Never give up, stay focused, stay positive, and stay strong.
Sure. Can you read that?
Strength doesn't come from what you can do, it comes from overcoming things you thought you couldn't.
Mary, can you go read the one over there? You can read it right from where you're at, I think. You belong here. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's setting the stage for, I think. We're going to move into any thoughts though before I do that. So any comments or questions or?
I had a question. I really like the idea of having the student advisory council. I was just reading the logistics of how will students within, and this is high school only or middle school and high school?
Right now it's high school.
High school. So how will students in that community then connect with our advisory council students to relay concerns and questions and shout outs?
So the 9 are already connected, so 2 here.
Yeah.
And then the 4, and then the others, we've got a couple from different groups.
Right.
When we meet, Carrie Helgeson is gonna do this with me.
Okay.
We're gonna do this together, and she has learned from other districts that already have student advisory councils. She's gotten some of their agendas, but we're gonna learn as we go. But
Okay.
the intent would be, so Kyle and Mariska, maybe they've never interfaced with the ACE or the district equity students.
Right.
And I think they will help us determine how we can do that.
Okay,
How can we do that? So we'll work out with that.
okay, sounds good.
Any other comments? Okay. So we're gonna dig into the board self-assessment analysis. So I'm going to be grouping you, and you're going to be taking, I've got the combined results of the self-assessment, and everybody in here is going to be in a group. And so you're going to be assigned either one or two standards to dig into the results. And what your goal here is to really dig into that. There's 5 standards, so those are listed there. But you're going to, well,
Mhm.
that's really fun. So you have that, but all I want you to stay on this is these are the 5 standards, and those are collectively the results. And for example, the green stands for, when you see green, it is always. So that whatever that element says, it says, green is always. The dark blue is most of the time, the yellow is some of the time, the red is never, and the black is I don't know. And you'll notice starts from 2018 to 2022. So we actually have results that you can see over time. So you can see if they're improving. But keep in mind, these are perspectives of, at times, probably different board members. Because over these last couple of years, it's just different people. So you're going to take about 20 or 30 minutes in your assigned group, and you're going to take that area. So for example, Group A is going to look at standard 3 and 4. That'll be Erica, Gina, and Brian. And you're going to identify strengths and areas for growth. And see the charts over here? You're actually going to somehow on that chart for your standard, just list some strengths and areas of growth. So that you're going to accomplish that. So Group A, I already just shared who that is. Group B is Sherry, and that's standard 5. Sherry, Mariska, Kyle, and Gary. And then Group C is standard 1 and 2. So that's Mary and Eric and Carrie. And I tried to cluster, like I looked at the length of each of the standards, so 5 is longer, so that's fine. But if you get done with yours, go on to another standard. So if for some reason you finish 5, go over it, go ahead and look at the other standards. So right now it's 20 to 10, so at 10 o'clock I will check in with you just to see where we're at. So I have a packet. So for example, this has standard 1, and I'm going to give that to standard 1, Mary. And standard 2, oh, you've got standard 2 as well. And standard 3, Sherry.
That was standard 5.
And
You are standard 5.
I'm standard 5.
Yours would be.
and then we've got 3 and 4.
Oh.
Wait, did I give you 1 and 2? Standards. Yep, I got it. Okay, 3 and 4. So Erica, you have those 2. Okay, so you can kind of cluster yourselves where you want to be, but you've got until 10 o'clock. Well, we'll probably be a little bit after 10 o'clock, but I'll check with you on 10 o'clock, see where you're at.
So you
And
want to
markers
here?
Yeah.
Would y'all know which group you're in? Anybody not know?
And are we moving chairs?
Yeah. Highlighters, people like you need them. They'll need markers.
Yeah,
Highlighters.
oh, here they are.
Well, I mean the markers for the, up on that.
You have to tilt it up, so.
There. In there.
Just
Like
little lodge
right under the down. Start with number 1. We're number 1. We're number 1. I just want to stand to you. All right. How you feeling? How's your legs? Good. Good. All right.
Okay, got it.
Okay, I'm sure you've gone over this already. Okay, well then it'll
Okay,
be.
there's a lot to look at, so you might want to sit down.
Let's bring our chairs right here and then we can
And
address
there's
each.
gotta be,
There's the regular one.
What color do you like?
Your request is purple.
I know,
I
you
am
want
shocked.
I'm just letting you know.
Don't you know your shirt bigger
I know.
one? And that way you can wear it. Spot.
Okay, what color is it?
I got this one, Carrie.
Oh,
You can
that's
take
for
that.
Brian even.
Oh, that's.
Brian, what group are you in?
He's in one or two. You're doing
Oh, we can get him and coffee arrived over here.
Yeah. He's gonna slide him out. Maybe
Oh.
we could just-
No, I'm a water.
Oh, is that what we're standing?
I
for?
don't think you're like-
Yeah.
Identified dental. It's up to you. There's a lot to dig into.
I don't like.
Jerry's already got the pencil. Scribe. You
I'll
are
be scribe.
You're scribing. Yeah, just here. We can just kind of-
Not that you read my handwriting.
Plain going, right out of the.
I know, the computer takes away all gas.
Your beard though, that's not.
I think most people don't like that.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
No, I-
You're so, equity is everything. You get everybody, let's see, did you?
I think it's from December.
Okay.
Okay, under budget, so that they can be looking.
I know.
Looking at it, we'll wait for Carrie,
Oh, sorry.
but you can keep looking.
Okay.
And there's highlighters on the table.
There's, she's got a copy of each of those standards. Copy for each person.
Oh, okay. I looked at them.
You might want to
screen,
screen
it was
it
really
really
tiny.
tiny.
Yeah.
You know, in my bed. Okay, with phone screen. So
You'll need a color.
By 2022.
I looked at colors.
That is-
Okay, what was going up and what was going down? What was bad?
How could you be?
And the hybrid, that was kind of.
I know.
That was hard. It's also hard. Yeah.
But I mean, necessarily, I've been in more on 21 than we did in 22. That seems, that's quite a jump.
Yeah.
So what would be Sorry, Joe, I hope this goes up. I would say,
Chris,
I would see.
yeah. You want us to do what exactly?
Success and growth.
Okay, so for example, standard one, you're gonna look at all of the
I have a
elements,
question, how do you do that?
the areas of strength.
To how approved and
You're looking at, you know,
how
it
can
could
you
be
do
based on suggestion, or it could be just based on what you see. You know, like,
Right.
if you find an area that's all
So
green,
that's.
that's
That's
gonna be
something good, okay.
Yeah, so you're doing, standards.
People don't
So
know, I mean,
standard one.
like I said, I took over from her, now I'm a full-time teacher.
Right, yeah, that's hard.
So there's like this major gap, here's our rep who has no feedback. It's a tough thing.
It's also why your work is also lots of kind of stuff as well.
Right.
So I think, you know.
I mean, understanding what the board represents, they go to the meetings,
Right.
and then we have that to see when our legislature, and this year will be a longer session. Last year was short.
Right.
And the results that you have in front of you are, they're the combination of the elected board, the students, and myself. So it's a full board.
Again, how would we go down? I'm gonna look at this and see if we've done every time.
With big impact on a lot of these. They're gonna
Any
see a lot of
questions,
the
Dave?
numbers. I just like the survey results. I'll be sharing soon.
Okay. No,
I think we can every year.
Let's understand, so
It
in my
might be different a little
21,
bit, but there's,
I'm looking
there's
at the-
always the 5 standards.
119,
And then these are the elements.
Right in the heart of.
or 2021.
Right in the heart of.
It's very similar to
Right.
Yeah.
our evaluations that we
It
have
seems
for
to
our
me
teachers, because there's
that
8 elements.
My impression would be like once or two years, someone needs to was just
some
happy.
components.
They will go up. So next year-
I haven't got.
Again,
Because it doesn't-
it's very probable they went back and seen the survey results.
Would be interesting
There's
to
one
have
that
like
was
a 5 year
really remarkably well worded, correct.
But we'll see.
I'll get the thing on for that.
And then.
Like, for
and
The
example,
now we're
introductory
slow.
stuff, yeah, then we have to come back out.
Yeah.
It's almost like that's across the board, like,
Yeah.
we're not, you know, all these things were just, this one, business and transparent, that's good, Q68, that's good. Got a lot of all three, again, that's a negative, and you look down.
I guess what would be.
See, can you step into decision making? Like, that was a lot. So number 71, from 5 to 2.
Really hard.
I
I
do
think
think
one.
There used to be a.
That's-
There is person. I don't think they're going back.
So when you're talking
I think my overarching question is.
They're regional.
In
There was a person that went
I
there.
would
I
say
can email about stuff and I'm like.
overall.
I wonder if
I see,
they're so I just.
a general, yeah.
I don't know where that's
And
but that's.
message or ability to engage.
Yeah.
And the process is changing. It's like, you know, that is center, collaborating.
Right.
Something is more. Yeah.
Yes.
It's harder in secondary, but elementary certainly, I mean, seems like as students get older. They don't want to know, elementary. I think it's just
Over
establishing those partnerships is.
I want to, I've been parent, well, parents have been overloaded too. Maybe just in general, maybe society.
They're trying to repair all the
Mhm.
relationship.
The bridge is a sort of.
When I look at question 15,
Was created
right,
to need to be rebuilt.
Right, yeah.
that was, I mean, I read the titles on those benchmarks.
But also, I
Yeah.
think like, I also think that excuses for.
So under.
School ratio. I think like a level of high school did, so a few years ago, where they replaced all the pictures. Did a lot of those.
Right, the diversity.
Yeah,
Oh, I
yeah.
remember that,
It was
yeah.
so great.
So I don't remember how kids either, so. it feels like-
I don't remember that, I know they did it, but I don't remember when, maybe the beginning.
Right, I was saying, okay,
Yeah.
the story I heard was, I don't care how fast, my picture's still there for
Seven.
30 years.
Oh my God.
That's not
I know.
good. I love that.
I know. No, then you go to Asian hard work, you get to see like, oh, there's the volleyball team from 1970.
Right.
No, we don't need that in high school, I think it's
Right.
always good,
Okay.
there's a saying, okay,
If
they
it's
don't
the only
really, like I said,
category, the only-
every generation has to more than one democracy needs to that. And I think that's what the same, okay, constantly rotating, constantly
Anything else?
feeling fresh, like, this is my school, not my parents' school, this is my school.
And it should reflect the current student population. Like, you see yourself on the whole, like, this way, like.
Yeah, yours is grandpa, I know.
Right. Normally, most forms are, it's kind of, yeah.
I mean, there's a place from the school that that's
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe everything is.
I
So,
want.
we were supposed to not us with our strengths, I don't know.
Yeah.
We were-
I like that
So,
They learn for the board, or the joint meetings, like the city
Mhm.
and the hospital districts.
and we missed one of them last time, maybe both.
Yeah.
It got canceled. It was
Oh,
gonna
did
be-
it? But it's
Like the
it's
board
just,
was timing.
yeah, I think just,
We don't like screwing me.
you know, engage in the community that way. And engage in the community. That's a fun way to.
That would be like one of our
I decided that like.
Well,
changes,
Yeah.
solutions, like.
yeah, maybe, yeah.
So, so we'll just say, how about we say continue, community, like.
Anything else under opportunity?
Partnerships, yeah. Now, with
Now
that,
we can
correctly, there was something, I thought we also met with the city council at some point. There was one we did, I thought, a couple years back.
Right.
And that was right being code.
Part of the meeting.
That was a joint, so it was
Yeah.
hospital.
And because of that.
Yeah.
The communicators we met with.
Yeah.
Throughout the last year.
We can go.
That was one thing.
Okay, and-
Okay, get everybody on the same page, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
so that's kind of the focus that came out of that joint meeting, that's kind of what it was.
Okay.
This year, we focused on.
Give us a
that's
favorite
fine
one.
first, but the idea is, we're promoting
I think,
internships, with that internship.
Oh, that's right, I couldn't remember that
Yeah,
collaboration.
I kind of, again,
That
go
is-
to kind of,
yeah.
but that's a big push for that, and that's really to get students to.
Number 10.
Just run those internships with the
Already
local
is
businesses,
going on.
organizations, and the community itself.
Yeah.
Just run
Yes.
that.
When you look
More
at all.
valuable hands-on learning.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then I was just, I want to count that as under, but another, just again, extending
Yeah,
ourselves.
this is kind of more.
Okay,
Forward, I
got it.
think, yeah.
Changes positions, there's one more, which is that.
Honorable.
With the starter together, that's something that, that's not saying specifically for word, but
Right.
certainly.
You're right,
As
right.
well.
And they
We
would be
do
more
things
right.
together. We do a, it's not, I said in the school district, but it's organized by different committees, and the school district are one of those.
Right.
This is not to showcase the diversity of our locale, it's just all the.
Yep, you can't even read it.
That make up our
Right,
community.
right.
Okay. So I'll just try to pass message together.
Yeah.
I'm also gonna look at student advisory council, I think that's gonna be a very positive change,
Yeah,
So
so that's
that's-
new, right?
that's new and powerful. That's it, it's really powerful.
But, yeah, I think just having.
Okay, what else?
And the
What else
board
is good?
member over the years,
Everything.
having the students.
Something
Well, I
that-
think that and even on these, it's having the students.
I was looking at 4 versus 14.
So it's great having that.
Or the reality of where you are.
Mine is actually like what's best
Or
for
things
students.
that pull together.
But most people say all
That's good, great.
14 says
Yeah,
for this
and
policies and
very
reports.
important. Students level is really nice having.
Always a really good time.
Well, and everyone ours, we don't have one student introspection. And then it provides the adults who are making the decisions, the reality of how is it going in the classroom? How is it going for you? Because all of this adult level really is nothing if it's not.
So I think basically, I mean, I think that this is
I mean, they still have to
positive that
test,
we're
we still have
basing
to
decisions on what's
assess,
best
you
for
know,
success.
things like that.
But
We're missing the mark.
I remember, and you're on eight, you used to be on eight, you
But
remember.
just concerned about some of that feedback with 14.
I wanna get that.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
things are basically-
Yeah, we certainly didn't have, like, when I was in school, there wasn't.
Right, yeah.
Sort of be heard, be seen on sort of scenario.
Right.
I don't know, what reps, what people represented, were sort of talking to students.
What do you even see like that with voice opportunities? Maybe it's a board, I know, short, crap, some of it like.
Yeah.
Couldn't figure out how to be supposed to get your feedback was a lot of different.
Yeah.
Yeah, particularly for TDC, sure, step, absolutely. Everyone, that was in the.
Health and safety, strong learning.
Transparency looked like it was pretty good, you know,
So, I mean,
that's
overall, I
the
think
like, the
generally
thing is,
positive.
yeah, when it says children will be informed of the board holds
You
responsibility.
know, I put in your celebration. We got 4, 10, and
I just feel like if you wanna know what's going on, it's there, the board documents are there, it's available through Zoom, cover committees. So I'm sorry, I mean, I would like to, sort of area that come up and I said, people, do they know how the board operates? Because then I had people saying, oh, no, you all look like you're one mind. I'm like, no. We have to come across as a unified body. Like, absolutely, we have different opinions. So we try to have it during, discourse, I guess. You want to have discourse because then you know that there's like individual and input, right? Coming into this meetings, it's not like. There's not sitting up there drumming along, this is my way or the highway, y'all can just, you know, go away. Yeah, that's, I'm sorry, I'm putting that a little more on the public. So I see that it's dropped and it's not even strong with the 3. It's interesting how 2020, it was even a 5, it didn't even have hallways. So it hasn't improved, but, I don't know, I.
And looking at Houston State, it looks like it's like 100%.
Yeah.
But I think a lot has to do with for River, now we're on Zoom.
Mhm.
Which we're experiencing in the past, was there before COVID, there wasn't any.
Sure,
anything
it's
like
kind
that. So that's good, I mean, I think it allows more people to tune in
Yeah.
and see what's going on, I think that really did help with that.
I think
Once again.
Yeah, like we cut
regardless,
standard lines,
it's
enough,
definitely
you wanna move on? Okay, on roll.
Yeah.
So Mary, do you have yours?
Oh, yeah.
Because I could give you an understanding.
Right. So are you?
I mean, that's. Oh.
I didn't know.
On Zoom or something, and where it was an opportunity, and now. I agree. I think.
We have 5 more minutes?
Really wanted that access.
Well, that's a check-in.
We haven't touched on
So we just got that.
I think they can only get better and then as, and I think it's information
So we're gonna need 10 minutes.
yeah, and really questions before they go also. Conversations go home, oh, okay, there's two advisors today, okay, about feedback, or when you, and I would definitely highlight the students, when the students meet. And then this is, hey, we got this done, you guys need to showcase that, and then Gary will showcase that as well. This is policy.
Anytime.
This is like student voice and action. We want to
Yes.
part of the change.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, that's, if you want, I'm sorry, but opportunity, that would have been, so you could change the way you get, just like, the agency, actually doing. Okay, step in and do, even if it's not being in the role, you articulate your questions, your concerns, with people can help you with that. Gary, should we put some stuff on the board? Okay. On the spreadsheet. Oh, no, we need. Okay. Yeah, we could take on the wall here, if you want.
So the,
Maybe I can do that.
there was a question, are they in a boys and girls or? Okay.
So we're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Because it's just happening that we're gonna look at some role areas, but right now we're doing this analyzing, identifying areas of strength and areas of growth.
Yeah. Okay.
For grades K through 5.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So. Okay, as I said, we went down. some of them. Let's see, to advocate for local, state, and federal levels on behalf of students.
Yeah.
So my question was, is if you say a strength, I can put that more in area improvement. How do we better advocate for students?
Yeah, this was like. I think that was the one that I didn't understand when I was filling it out with the policies that require regular evaluation and management.
Yeah, we just get the gist, but yeah, it's hard. So how do opportunities, and then, so how do we improve the advocacy as well as, then how do we maybe communicate what we've done?
I don't know. Did you start with that?
I know we want to have one, better advocate for students, and then how communicate.
What's the-
Advocacy, right? Because we have to tell people what we've done, because they don't know. Not just assume, I didn't hear what you did, I don't know. You have to toot your horn a bit, right? You have to tell them what you've done. They'll just continue. If they're in the dark about it, they'll just assume maybe you're not doing it right. Oh, you don't ever do anything.
Well, that's like, that'll be good.
Yeah.
Like
Read
you're-
them, you're voting.
those things that I can share. I mean,
Yeah, 'cause it's like we were in
on it, but-
A lot of information and then, sure, I'm absolutely happy. We should-
My rationale.
Yeah, I didn't know what, that's the thing, it's like.
My
I was
rationale.
happy.
No.
Yeah, and I always say to you, we need to tell the positive. Often to divert to the negative until we hear something.
Yes.
The 64 model period,
Whatever discussion.
I see
Yeah.
there's, yeah, I don't, again, rationale is there.
Or.
It hasn't been terribly strong, 2020.
Is this meant to be like?
The two. Model culture,
As a
pretty sure
board,
that
we
there's
decided
sensitivity.
to move forward with.
I would say that's an area,
Plan.
yeah, I think, so. I don't know how we want to write that. cultural, racial, ethnic understanding, sensitivity, it's
What
here,
you're
and then
doing,
you.
I don't know.
and it's different,
Which
decision?
Yeah.
And then.
Right, I mean, yeah, over time too, yeah, right.
Or
It's just about what-
rational.
More words.
Right, I want to know more about
Of
what.
diversity.
Yes.
That's okay.
It's that, that and communicate high.
Say 100%.
And this one is benchmark.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not even that, it's again, part of just, we're doing great things over here, but if you're in a
I still
silo
view that.
and your school's doing it and somebody else doesn't.
Yeah, we're that way.
They don't know, so it's again, even communicating among the schools, it's that similar message.
I have something number 24. Maybe possibly be interested.
Did you think that and you said that kind of tie in together? Because they're broken down, but you were saying how huge and
And then I don't know if anybody is stakeholders.
Security and stuff, but.
Is that like
Repeat your
agreement?
statement again?
so Q seventy,
Yeah.
Q 67, those two kind of tie together because the public, everything is available for them.
Yeah, again, how do we access areas of growth? Continue to disseminate information so the public knows what we're doing.
And so they said it's not.
It's there, it's right, yeah, it's not yet, they know, pretty much they know what the organization is, great, that's an avenue. But just broadcasting those messages, and over time, continue awareness, right? Like, what do I do with my friend? Oh, okay, I didn't know, so, it's the chatter, but you just make that constant message.
For a second.
I also think, like,
We're in a sense of Debbie, can I help? Can I?
do I as a teacher even?
Yeah.
Okay. Class note?
That's part of it.
I don't know that my parents will read it.
Yeah.
They're overwhelmed. Or
I don't know.
documents.
I know, it's such a
Yeah,
good
documents, stupid sticky notes, and like, any little something that over. But I wanna respect their time. I know there's just one more piece of literature that I don't.
Well, this was interesting because my shepherd was the board member that was on social media, so I said, when I put the Facebook, like post about the board meetings, he said, instead of just posting it, make it an event, then it gets popular.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and so I started doing that, and I think group made this, it wasn't an event. I don't know, something on social, I don't know where I heard it, but that's a great way, because once it makes it an event, it'll pop up on their feed, and it gets.
What else is something out there?
Yeah, there's ways to label things, so just
Yeah,
being
it
current
was
with
like,
social
yeah,
media.
that's a great example. We get a little more.
Like priority.
Yeah, so anyway, that was
I only
one
remember.
little tiny, 20 spots.
Social
We
media.
work out some strings.
I know. Here we go.
All in COVID. for all this.
So policies, partnerships, promote, and expand educational opportunities. So like you said, I think it was some here. We continue to have strong partnerships between community, community, school, hospital, communities.
All those things, joint meetings.
Yeah, joint meetings,
meeting
yeah,
partners.
So I think we're doing that well, continuing to,
Switch colors.
community partnerships.
Comes in a systemically driven individual. Seek redress.
Glad you're not scribing in my role.
Oh, God.
What's this now?
Yeah.
I think also, what you, one of you brought up maybe was a kind of the collaboration with businesses regarding internships. So that's something that we have going, and we're going to continue to add that, and that will be wonderful. So it's graduating us some skills. Empowered. Yeah, all that is strong.
Yeah.
Transparency is there.
Right. Changes.
Less mobility in my hand, they do all this, project was free in the summer, and it's like writers.
Transparency.
Right.
Right.
But yeah.
And also to be, I would say that the student, that what will be described as the student council, Student voice, I think that's the strength of student voice. We're gonna have
Okay, okay,
to
got it.
add another layer.
I would say 29 is a positive. That's,
And mass message, stronger together. So we're all gonna consider that long term.
Right, 3 or 4.
And I mean, I really,
Might take.
I know.
It's okay to check, but,
Yeah. Let me flip my page over one more time. For a good thing.
I think maybe straight down, it's like, wait, I think there's a word they call affirmations. TikTok cracks me up, yeah, like, well, that's some stuff, I don't think I was saying it, but you know, you said you listen, and it's true, I mean, you say it enough and then you believe it, but if you have that thing, like, you have it around, I do like how they school, I credit that with Dwayne, it's really having this character strong, and just like, we have it in our elementary school is be kind, I mean, there's 3 things, I can't think of them off the top of my head, but it's all over the school, it's social emotional, and we all say it, and we like, all the teachers say, oh, you remember, and we're just all in line, and I think that is very positive, and that intention just, it kind of pours out of you. Also, I would say Zoom helps with transparency, so we just say, maybe meeting, yes, virtual meetings, connection. If reaching out to, you have more options for people to reach us, participate. Yeah. And that goes both ways, it goes for us, and remember that you're like, hey, I'm at home and I'm hungry, but I can attend the meeting. It's an equity in that regard too, it allows you to participate in a different way. Good. Well, I feel very, my vote is very balanced. I don't know if it's full, but it's a little bit heavier. Which is good. I like that. Thanks. Yeah, I just, it is.
And I'm an ordinance.
Tricky not having,
I
like,
agree.
I mean, we have the history, but you're just, we have a little bit that talk about COVID.
I mean, even the career
Here,
show,
we've
like,
gotten through.
super positive.
And all, and I think, I mean, I think you were sort of, how much your John talk for the last 2 years, like you were saying, boom. Like, I think, how society goes,
Right,
people have to, a lot of diving, and hopefully we're on, hopefully.
no,
I talked to Judy last week, just giving me some tips on teacher stuff, and
Oh, yeah.
it was really helpful, because it's important, I think, what anyone needs is perspective. And my kids are young, and they're like, oh, I'm like, you need to sit back. You don't have perspective, you see things in the
I
whole
think,
day.
well, there's no red.
You're looking at a lens that's this short, you know, and you go back and oh, it's sort of repetition. This is behavior from
Additional
60 years ago. That doesn't mean you have to continue to reach the cycle.
Yeah.
It's an awareness, and then what can we do differently so we don't repeat that? Because that's what
About
you
5 minutes, okay, we're gonna start.
Okay.
Well, I think we all learn differently.
So we're gonna start.
When we change schools, I mean, we learned, I think, summer, that's so dry, students, that was not good.
Right, I know.
In 5 minutes,
Yeah, it's great. But it's just,
I think
it's kind of,
also
I
what.
mean, I think you do.
I don't know, I didn't feel like you had a choice.
Yeah, it was like literally, and then I was kind of like, okay, that's such a good thing, that's a real.
Oh, and also
try to
brought,
remove it.
right, it brought up the deficiencies. Oh,
Yeah.
So then we had to do the hotspots.
Yeah.
Create all that, right, so suddenly.
Yeah, it was.
It was a flash, it was so much learned in such a short period of time. Like, I think about the last time, like, technology, there, you know, people that travel, so it was widespread, it's right, so many people that were face to face. It's kind of weird to look at it.
Maybe this is.
And also want to add more way do we share.
Yeah.
So much less, I mean, that's just kind of a hard,
You know, what's
I
really
think it's
cool.
always really.
Plan that.
No, I didn't, I moved it over.
That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, I do that, right? It's not, I sort of like being on your, like they call it the, not the soapbox, but on your elevator speech. Elevator speeches, I'll tell people and they'll go, I always thought you guys were like. Yeah, I'll clarify that, right? Yeah, no, it doesn't work. But it's just that you don't know, you don't know. You know, you can't blame people for a lack of information, but maybe that could be on it. You know, like maybe we could have a monthly little, like, when Gary says, sort of like a monthly, like, what's a piece of information? The public needs to know this is our district, or, you know, just a little insight.
Yes, there's some.
That's
But
great.
then,
Social media.
there should be,
Yeah.
Yeah, we're engaged. We're not even there just voting on policy. We are actively once a year diving right into what was done
For not
well,
having it.
and what is improvement, how do we change it?
I
I just think, the more you can positively make international, then there's, that's part of transparency. If people are left in the dark now, don't do that, then you can't, but if you're.
Or they just assume.
Yeah, they're like, oh, well, you don't ever. Yeah, it is, you just kind of have your mindset, and it's our job to effectively share what we're doing, and that we want to make, I mean, it is about positive change, we're always moving forward. We're not stagnant, this is, it's a dynamic.
Like a very short.
Especially in this area.
Right, yeah, I see, I see where it is. Yeah. And I wonder which ones you were in. I ever get it back?
Okay, everybody, I think we're gonna stop and share, so you can stay where you're at if you want, but if you wanna sit down, grab a chair. So we're gonna start with standard one. So the idea here is for each standard, you're gonna share what we found, and then you can, what strengths and areas you got. So,
Oh, did we read writing though?
What's that?
okay, so. Okay, one, you married your group?
Okay, Carrie's gonna share, our celebrations and opportunities for standard one.
Okay, so lots of celebrations. Standard one is responsible board governance, so everything relates to how your board manages our district. It's great. So strength in basing decisions on what's best for students. I would concur that there's a long history of that being a driving purpose, but carrying out annual board self-assessments and then the follow-up setting goals. So those two parts work in tandem really nicely together. And then delegating authority to Chris, another really great strength of board over the years. It's not anything, that's something that been established. So honoring the roles and responsibilities of the superintendent, knowing the large purpose that Chris serves and giving proper homage to that, and then promoting continuous improvement. So lots of celebrations, also growth opportunities. So again, responsible board governance is the broad category. So collaborating with colleagues outside of this area. Zoom in some ways has made it easier, but life has made it harder, right? So providing information to the public about the rationale of board decisions. We had a great talk about really how do people know the rationale for decisions, short of attending the board meetings and hearing the discussion. So a tough one to measure, but definitely something to think about. Following, let's see, I gotta look up number 7, following a defined process for communicating, for gathering input. So not that the board lacks strength in gathering input, but a defined process for how to go about that. And last but not least, treating all individuals, including fellow board members, with respect. So some strength here and some room for growth.
Thank you. And we're just to jump for our next one.
Yes. Now, what's gonna just, as a preset for this afternoon, we're gonna come back to these this afternoon. And you're gonna be in the same group and you're gonna be working on goals or considering what should we set as goals for next year? We'll use these results, but we're gonna use some other things as well. But yes, standard 2.
So standard 2, set and communicate high expectations for student learning with clear goals and plans for meeting those expectations. So some celebrations were 23, which is express belief that all students can learn, 25, foster a culture of collaboration, and 29, base work on goals. So those are all things we thought were positive and reflected in our very positive, they're all always or just outside. Opportunities for growth, communicate rationale for decisions. I talked about that, like how do you actually do that? Most people are attending board meetings and communicating high expectations. Again, how does the board, what does the board do to communicate high expectations? And how is that really done? Specifically as a board as opposed to like a teacher or a building. Different platform.
Okay, standard 3.
We have them all here.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we have standard 3, which is create conditions for district-wide student and staff success by providing for the safety and security of all students and staff. So I think the celebration that we talked about is that there was actually a lot of awareness within the responses. So there was a few that just said they didn't know. So then that's another opportunity for raising the awareness. We talked about accessibility and some space challenges it posed. So how we increased accessibility at the high school, but post classrooms are very small. So some challenges during the pandemic and having to socially distance. And talking about the evaluation of our safety and security. So kind of going back and just refreshing that in our minds, needing to define what is regular evaluations? What does that time frame look like? And there's a lot of opportunity to provide more information to board members. I think I'm new, all of us are fairly new, so just more opportunities for us to learn, and that information we can take out to the community. Talking about staff development a little bit and the effects of the pandemic has everybody feeling weary and still in recovery mode, staff and students, and just being aware of that. And sometimes then presenting a new idea can be a challenge because you're just tired from having survived the last 2 or 3 years and still going through it. So yeah, that we only got through standard 3. So we're still working on
We have time to
standard
go back.
4. Okay, good.
That's why I said that.
We did not get to standard 4, yeah.
No worries. Okay, standard 5.
Okay, so we talked about standard 5, engage local community and represent the values and expectations they hold for their school boards, for the schools. And so we wrote this in pen, we went in permanent here, and we put it in purple for obvious reasons. So shocking, I know. So we split it was sort of show our strengths, areas for growth based on the results that we looked at over the past 5 years, and knowing that the board has changed over that time as well. So we really liked the joint meeting partnership between the city, the hospital district, and the Skagit Valley Health Connection. So it's like 4, it's like 4, which is great. Yeah, so that partnership's a big strength of ours. The promotion of the internship, I know it took a hit kind of during COVID, where that's going to be a focus for the internship that we start right before the pandemic hit. So we'll be focusing on that. Of course, transparency and accountability, as the first group mentioned, having that Zoom opportunity at times it can be a challenge, but it really makes the board that much more transparent. So people can join wherever they're at and see what's happening. So that's great. Of course, student voice, Rissa and Kyle, thank you. And of course, the other for ACE and the equity group as well, and the new combined group that's going to be happening. That's huge. So that's great. The Stronger Together event that's been happening a couple of years now. It's continuing that. So that's another huge strength. And again, as I mentioned, virtual meetings, more options for attendees, kind of recapping that Zoom option. So I know even before the pandemic, there was 1 or 2 attendees like, why don't you guys put this yeah, as a virtual meeting, and, you know, we really had that opportunity until the pandemic hit with the Zoom options. Now it makes it much easier.
And Gary, I would go tell them that. I think the city of Arlington was doing that. They have a YouTube channel that they have there. So I think they had that prior to COVID. So I think people had awareness. They're probably like, why can't the schools? So that's,
Right.
again, part of our connections that we can do it now, so.
So we have some great strengths and areas for growth. Be a better advocate for students to really talk about that. Sherry's, we want to.
Yeah, just continue. I think, again, not having the student voice helps us to advocate, but then telling the community, how are we effectively advocating for students? They need to know what we're doing.
Yeah, and the second one, it kind of goes on to how to communicate advocacy, and that's not just for students, but just in general, how do we share, you know, what the board is doing? So I think that's something we can continue to work on. Promote awareness of diversity. I think that's ongoing. I mentioned at the high school, like during the pandemic, I think it was, where they replaced all the pictures in the hallways because they were like 20 years old. And so it's really reflecting, you know, the current student bodies. They feel accepted, they feel part of the group. And so I think I love that. So I think that was so great what the high school did. And other schools are doing it in other ways as well, but that one in particular really stuck with me. And then continue to disseminate information regarding what the board is doing. Kind of goes hand in hand, community and advocacy, to really letting folks know, yes, the board is spending a whole day looking at their goals, what their focus is. It's really kind of sharing that with parents in the community.
Very good. Thank you. So we will come back, like I said, and we are going to have a break right now. And then when we come back after the break, then you're going to go with the survey results. So one thing to keep in mind. So this afternoon, we're going to evaluate our goals from last year, the progress that we've made. We're going to look at this information from the self-assessment. We're going to have the information that Gary Sable's going to share from our survey results, from our families and our community members, from our students, from our staff. And also Carrie Helgeson will come, I think right after lunch, and she's going to share information about what we've been doing in the equity area. So all of that information and current priorities, that's will be, we want to lean towards for the goal making for this afternoon. So we'll keep this moving forward with this. And Gary's right, we thought I'd been taking some pictures and maybe we could put out about today, about engaging in analysis of our self-assessment and goal setting and looking at the survey results, the highlights from that, and listening what have we been doing in equity will help us to develop better goals, you know, to have coherence there. So with that, we're headed into the break about 5 minutes early. So Mary, if you can come back at 20 till. That's,
Okay.
I think we gave it, I think it was a 15 minute. I think so. Let me check. Yeah, 15. So
Okay,
just
so
come back
10:40.
Yeah. Okay. Gonna take a walk. Walk some lanes.
Go by Ellie's for a while.
Oh, they do. You're still what?
Oh, no.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel like people would stop and get out. Yeah, that should be a lot.
Yeah. What is that?
Yeah, are you going on Saturday then?
Yeah.
Yeah, the drone show.
It's car, so we'll take a Subaru or something. So my one, this guy is in.
Yeah, we can see it from
Guys,
my house.
and this guy wanted to be part of decision making, like, you know, the less people we need on this decision, it's mostly data. And so this guy kept talking to me about, like, you get what you get, it'll be fine, you'll be cool with it, you know, it's just like, get over the whole card. But I told, so this guy's gonna go, this guy lives in safety, so we live right by his house. Like, so I'm like, enjoy your ride to work today, because I know, she doesn't, this guy doesn't want to rely on a sibling to drive. And my kid's like, oh, I was gonna sit in the subway, but you know, I'm like, that's what working people do. They take their car to work and it stays there all day. Can you trust it? Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
yeah.
I'm like, there's no employee parking lot. It's McDonald's and the gas station.
So,
Oh, my goodness, the worries.
Sure.
And her grandma was like, oh, you don't sound excited about the car. And I'm like, she was like, I'm just sad that we had a Toyota Hybrid. It was older, but it was, you know, some people get really used to things. It's kind of weird.
yeah.
I just miss my old car, like, I know, change is good. Just, yeah, go to the car, go for it. You just gotta, you know, get your bearings. Do you guys have real cars yourselves or it seems like it's, I mean, for me, I was like taking my kids, you know, lots of places, so it's like, I think my husband was more resistant to it. I'm like, well, it's either you or me, but if you really need a car, right? And we are car rental, so I have a Dodge Challenger. I'm like, yeah, I can't drive the rental and let them drive my car. Because that would be crazy.
You did like. Yeah. that's right. And it's- so there's-
Just want to make sure.
Thank you.
It's several paths. Starting here.
So, language, forms, you know,
Those are part of it.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think on it.
There's not.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna run, I'm gonna walk over. I'll walk over.
Where's the good one?
Thank you.
Everything's a matter.
I take my dog.
There's a first or third. Oh, I saw the picture on Facebook.
Best overachiever ever, yeah. He was.
Put a jump on one end.
Not pretty, ain't that?
Yeah.
He's all witchy.
Mine's only 8 now.
Started with no one.
No, right on.
Can I tell if he's in here?
Wow.
It's all well, very, all's well.
Great.
Close this now. Turn the-
It's just gonna
What's that?
marry over innovation.
Oh, great, okay.
We were gonna leave it open.
We did it, the air conditioning.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna leave our air conditioning out the window, door. And then I tell my son, we can't air condition the whole neighborhood. We're gonna come back from our break now, and the next part of our agenda is our review of our family, community, staff, and student survey results. And this large amount of time will be directed by our Gary Staple, Director of Communications. So take it away, Gary.
Great, thank you. Do I have to aim at your computer, Chris, or? Oh, no, so we're good. Okay, so we'll start with the family and community survey. This is the one that are actually required by law to send out once a year to all families and community members. So you've all seen this before, but this year it ran from May 10th to June 10th. We do usually about a month just to give families a chance to actually complete it. Oh, as I mentioned, yeah, it's required by law, and then we also, once the results are compiled, I put them in the school performance reports, and then we share this out with families so they're all aware of what was going on with that. Okay, you can't really read this, so we're red is this year. So went down a little bit. I wrote these down so I can tell you exactly. So last year we had 1,565 families and community members complete the survey. This year it dropped a little bit to 1,317. So just you're aware of that. And my goal is to really try to get as many families and community members to complete this, because the more that participate, the more accurate our results are going to be. So my goal every year is to try to promote that. It doesn't always happen, but I try to get these numbers together. I'd love to all 5,500 families do it, but it's a little challenging. So there we go. Okay, and this just breaks it down by school. You'll see the high school course is the biggest, but looks like Eel Creek is always pretty high. You'll see some other ones here. CDL that dropped off. That was last year's thing. So that was committed distance learning, CDL. So how would you grade the school district performance overall? And you'll see, and I kind of lump excellent above average. These two are kind of the same. So it dropped a little bit in excellent, but it went up and above average. So I'd still say that that's pretty good. And just keep in mind with all these results, this was the pandemic, kind of this orange here. The green was kind of the tail end. This result was set right after schools shut down, and we thought it was like a short duration. That did not happen, obviously. But so you'll see the results there. And Joan, do you think schools in Arlington are improving? And we took a little bit ahead. Yes, dropped a little bit. No, went up a little bit. So we still have work to do, but this is why we do these. We can see what we need to work on. Are you aware of the district's emphasis on cultivating a positive growth mindset? Pretty much exactly the same. Oh, so the orange, we've only done the past 4 years. So the orange is now what you're looking at there. So about the same as last year. And again, before the pandemic, took a little hit. Now we're trying to work back on that. I have a positive impression about the quality of education that takes place in Arlington schools. And you'll see these are about the same, not bad. Parents know what the school is doing to improve student learning. And again, you'll see these are almost identical to last year. So, and again, I always look at this hugest green one. I want to get back to the really positive. That's what we're striving for. My child's school is a place where all students are challenged and supported to do their best. Again, pretty comparable. Went up a little bit and strongly agreed, down a little bit and agreed. So disagree, went up slightly. In addition to providing report cards, the teachers at my child's school communicate with me about my child's progress. So this is coming from the teachers, and so you'll see it went up a little bit. That's good. And again, this last year was we were in school. The year before was more committed distance learning or a hybrid or a mix thereof. Whenever I phone or visit the school, staff members are courteous and helpful, and you'll see it, went up a little bit. And a lot of this had to do with, our schools were shut down during the pandemic. So, and our volunteers dropped off quite a bit. We're trying to reestablish, we want to get more volunteers in our schools this year. So I'm hoping that these numbers continue to go up. The school building grounds appear clean and well maintained. Again, this was when we were shut down, families didn't really know whether it was clean or not. So, but it was pretty positive. And if you have any questions, as I'm going to do, feel free to stop me or whatever, or we can ask them at the end, doesn't matter. The principal and other administrators of my child's school work to make sure the school is a safe, efficient, and effective learning environment. Again, and going through these, there was nothing that really jumped out. I mean, there's nothing like, oh my gosh, it was, well, we have improvement to make. I want to get these up, but there's nothing that was really concerning. But
And Gary,
yeah,
when I think about last fall was coming back the first time to
Yeah.
5 days of in-person learning, having been in a for 2 years,
right.
not remote, completely then hybrid. So there, and the increased needs that we have of our students academically and social emotionally, we're still working on those things.
Absolutely.
So,
And you'll see, and we did ask some questions more along the lines of what Chris just mentioned. So you'll see some of those results too. Staff members of the school are responsive to my requests for information or assistance. Again, nothing too crazy there. I feel I am well informed about what is going on at my child's school. So that would drop a little, but you'll see it went up quite a bit and agree. So, and that speaks to the principals and VPs, talking with families, sharing information on the school newsletters, school messenger, that sort of thing. School buses are safe, clean, and provide reliable service. That's pretty good, went up a little bit. And this one's hard because families are on the buses. I mean, they only know good or bad if there's an issue or something. I don't know. So that's good that these went up because a lot of times, the don't know is usually pretty high.
I should have noticed, Brian, but is ridership down after the pandemic? They're coming back?
I don't have the ridership numbers from last year.
Just curious, what it was pre-pandemic versus now.
Yeah, we were transporting 2,400 kids a day. In 2020. March.
My child needs additional intervention or support in the areas of, and you'll see, so look at, we'll do this was during the pandemic. So we did last year and this year, and you'll see it was pretty high last year and it dropped all across the board, it looks like. And all, you can't read these, it's like SEL, math, reading, science, it's all these different areas. But so I'm not sure what that means, and maybe it speaks to they feel like their child has had a better year than the previous year. They gain more support because you see the none went up quite a bit. So
everything else went down.
Yeah, so I think that's good. I don't know. Okay, so I think next year it'll help us if we can have kind of a baseline now. It'll help see if it goes up or down next year. My child feels safe while in school grounds. You'll see it dropped a little bit. And just so you know, this survey was sent out right when the Uvalde school shooting happened. So that could potentially skew some of these numbers. So just be aware of that as well. Schools adequate resources to help students in a school building emergency or crisis. Again, you'll see that took a little bit of a hit there. Although people said they don't know too, so. Are you aware of the state schools alert tip line for reporting harassment, intimidation, bullying, and or dangerous or unsafe behavior at school? One of my SIP plans for my department was to really promote this tip line, and you'll see it did go up, quite a bit, almost 20% from the previous year. And my goal is to continue promoting that this year. It's just I want families to be aware and students to be aware of that tip line. Having an SRO or security officer on campus will help my child feel safer on school grounds. Yeah. Strongly agree, went up quite, again, like 10, 12%.
Yeah.
So we got that. So the current early dismissal time on Fridays works for my child and family. Most are very happy about that. Now wait for this one. This one is very. Oh, okay. Please check if you'd like to change the early dismissal day. I prefer a Friday early dismissal. Look at that. That is like 90%. I mean, it's huge.
All those could be that.
Yeah. So if you mentioned Monday, if you mentioned Wednesday, I just think they like that early dismissal for a 3-day weekend or whatever. But
I think Fridays are winning.
yeah. Oh yeah. Clearly. Yeah. So yeah. And this one, you've seen this before, but for which of the following sources do you get most of your information about the district or the school? And so you'll see, email is still pretty high. A lot of them get it from their child. Phone has gone up a little bit. And SMS texting. So SMS texting is something that can be sent through school messenger, but we haven't really done that, at least at the school level. We've done it at the district level, but I think what we'll do for this year is really make sure all principals know to use the texting, because it's very easy just to grab your phone, look, okay, it's from, Eagle Creek Elementary. Okay, it's back to school day. Great. Okay, and we don't have to, click on the email or listen to the message. So the texting, we'll be promoting that a little bit more. Oh, yes, go ahead.
So when you say from the child, what does that mean? The child verbally relaying?
Yeah, I guess that's a great. I assume it's them sharing. How's your day? They're like my kids, like, fine, So I don't.
At my house, it's when is the band concert?
Oh yes.
Is that next Wednesday?
Yeah. See, it's. I'm not sure. It's great that the child's communicating. It's great, but so this is how they're currently getting it, and this is how they would prefer to get their information. So you'll see the child's still pretty high. Teachers, they really want the teachers to share the newsletter. That's good, but it's funny. Email is still the number one way they want to get the information. But you'll see the texting really jumped quite a bit too. So email, phone, text are really the ways they want to get that information. There's an adult administrator staff or teacher at my child's school that they feel they can talk to when they have a problem. You'll see those both went up a little bit. That's good. At my child's school, teachers and staff accept my child for who they are. And so again, went up a little bit. In my child's school, there are clear rules against harassment, intimidation, bullying. So that's good that they're aware of that. I mean, those both increased a little bit. The staff of my child's school support my child's emotional safety and well-being. Again, you're seeing increases, which is great. I think there's more awareness of that, or at least some of the efforts that the district is taking. APS values and encourages family engagement. So this was the first year we asked that question, so we have no baseline to compare it to. Another one, APS translates information into multiple languages. Yeah, I think most don't know that, but we do, just so you're aware.
Did we send this survey in multiple languages?
No, just English.
Not even Spanish?
Nope.
I think that would be good next year.
Okay, yeah, it's good
Yeah, no,
feedback.
I agree.
And we can
That
do
could
it,
be a very, there's.
We might get a better
Yeah, that's right.
survey response.
especially
Yeah,
this one,
question.
right? Yeah. Well, and it's including more families in the responses too. Yeah, that's good.
These, the questions that are new that are developed in the baseline, they are really from the equity group, the team, because we're doing an equity audit. So many of these are questions to lead us to the equity audit. Where are we right now?
Yeah.
And this is
And just the cabinet does equity audit or who?
well, no, it's the district equity team, the team, Carrie Ellis and things that she'll share, I think she'll share that more this afternoon.
APS addresses the following areas, and you'll see meets academic needs, that's high. School meals, I guess that's great that I think it was probably the free school meals is what that's referring to. They really like that, as you saw in the Wordle earlier. I'm aware of opportunities to be involved in committees, many mentions like ACE, facility advisory, and there's some awareness of that. The visual environment, bulletin boards, hall decorations, classrooms, displays, offices show diverse students of varied racial, ethnic, language, gender identity groups, and people with disabilities in a variety of roles. Again, there's no baseline to compare to, so I mean, the don't know is pretty high on that.
It's hard for some parents if they're not walking the halls.
Exactly,
to
yeah.
answer that
I think it's easier at the elementary level, and there's fewer at the secondary level. The school staff conveys a respect for all regardless of race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, national origin, language, sex, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, religion, and disability status. This one's very similar. It's hard to compare that one. That's the first year we've done that question. The school staff provide ways to advocate for students to develop their abilities and obtain needed resources. So there we go. School staff build effective partnership with students' families to support student learning and well-being. Agrees pretty high there. That's good. Oh, that's it. Okay, so that was the family and community survey, and again, we had about 1,300 responses to that. Again, we'll try to get that up next year, and I like the idea about translating it or sending it in multiple languages. I think
we have the two, Spanish and Russian.
Correct.
Those are
Right.
the two that we should.
Yeah, and we do, again, many of our documents are transliterated, but I think especially for the survey, it's a good suggestion.
I agree.
Okay. So this is the student survey results. And we've only done this for 2 years, so you'll be a lot more condensed, I guess. And so for students, we had 294 respond last year. We had 1,318 this year. And so, yeah, and I'll give kudos to, I beg your pardon?
The students, I think, are the best.
It's awesome. That's really good. But and a lot of this, so at the high school, they fill out during the advisory. Is that what it's called? What's it called?
I believe so.
Okay.
Advisory,
Yeah, and so luckily the former principal there, took this on, really promoted that. And Andrea at Weston really promoted in their, I forget what it's called. Panther Bear, there you go. Whatever, they have different names for it. So, okay, so let's take a look at these. So which school do you attend? And again, this is only for secondary students. So went to the 2 high schools, Howler Post and SVLC. AOP is part of SVLC, so that's why you see that. And you'll see, yeah, the high school was great response. I love seeing this. Okay, and you'll see the different grade levels. 9th grade was huge. So yeah, that was definitely our biggest, but.
Is that 9th graders in the school year 21 to 22 or?
The gold is 21, 22, and then the blue is 20, 21. Yes. Okay. And these are slightly different. Some you'll see are kind of the same. I have concerns about whatever it is. It says either no concerns at the very top, me and my academic goals, loss of credits, graduating on time, or being successful in my grade level next year. And you'll see being successful in my grade level next year was the highest there. Oh, I'm sorry, that was last year. Gold, really in gold. Gold is, a lot had no concerns, which is great. Yeah, but meet academic goals and being successful in my grade level next year, those are the 2 highest.
I feel like that one shows a lot of positive improvement in their confidence.
Yeah.
In their ability to be at school and be successful.
Because it was more students.
Yeah.
More students and then a decrease in all 3.
Yeah. So I mean, it's good that they have fewer concerns this year. Again, I think being back in person helped a lot with that. Any additional help or support in the areas of, and you'll see none, still the highest. Math, I feel that, so math is writing, it was a concern too, so. The teachers at my school support my learning needs. Yeah, most agree with that. My teachers are great at helping me to believe in myself as a learner who can meet high expectations and challenge myself. The agree was pretty strong. I feel safe while in school grounds. So the agree is actually match exactly what it was, at least percentage wise, the previous year. You're right. So, and again, this was sent out right during the school. So I mean, I guess it's a pretty positive considering the timing of it. School staff supervise the halls during passing time. So that actually increased for agree, slightly decreased for strongly agree.
In that previous slide, Gary, the degree had increased. It's interesting. Not a previous
Yes, yeah, it did. And again, I think the timing of that probably wasn't great. I mean, there's nothing we could do about it, but it just.
Well, we're getting more perspectives too. The more students we have, or the more individuals that fill out these surveys.
Right.
The
It's more accurate, probably, yeah. How does having an SRO or security officer on campus make you feel? So the questions either very safe, safe, unsafe, very unsafe, or don't know. The very safe went down slightly. The safe increased quite a bit. Unsafe went up slightly. Very unsafe was exactly the same percentage wise as the previous year. And some said don't know.
Some gain more knowledge.
Yeah.
I went back and looked at this question as I was preparing for this discussion last week. And the respondents to unsafe or very unsafe, they were primarily clustered in 8th grade and 9th grade. Yeah, the upper grades didn't, the number of responses in those two were not as strong as they were in that those two grades.
That's interesting, that's a hard transition.
I could see ninth grade being new to the school.
Maybe not
That's what I
ninth,
think.
yeah.
Because they
Yeah.
don't know the whole system.
The 8th graders are scared to go to high school or?
No, this is in regards to the SRO question,
Yeah.
not the I feel safe at school.
Oh, like the officers around, oh.
Yeah.
But they still don't know too much about the officer
Yeah.
at middle school. He or she, gets around, but more primarily is on the high school campus.
Right. Till ninth grade is acclimating to. Interesting.
So maybe something, as far as orientation for the 9th graders when we get to the high school, or even some, create an opportunity for this or the president.
Has that person not traditionally been there for like equal days?
Their time is primarily focused on high school, Western.
And last year was another unique.
Yeah, because
right
it was
here,
still-
because our SRO
We didn't-
called back into the,
Right,
so he wasn't.
in March, in March.
I think though, I think what Brian's saying is a good point. Again, it's that part of that public relations aspect. I don't know, it'd be really beneficial to make sure that one of those days that our ninth graders, right, to see that individual, this is a person for all for safety, just to keep it on the up and up.
Isn't there normally a freshman orientation?
Yeah.
At the-
They do those couple days, or whatever, Marilyn would know.
Think they,
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Seems like that would be a great opportunity.
We'll see what happens. We do something like that.
Are you aware of the Safe Schools tip line? So this, again, it's actually dropped a little bit. I just don't know if students are as aware of it or not, so I'm not quite sure about that. I need to figure out a way to make sure students are aware of that more, maybe working with the school, yes.
Do they have anything? I know that at certain restaurants, they'd have things on the bathroom stalls. Do we have that on the bathroom
So
stall?
every bathroom, locker room, Brian, help me out.
Sign on the bus.
Not that we can't put them on the bus, but we have these metal plates that had the say something, see something, say something. And those are in all of the bathrooms, all the locker rooms. Yep.
And we haven't had a chance to, confirm this with the high school or Carrie Helgeson. Well, actually, we did last week with Carrie, but we want to put that same, we have to put some suicide hotline information on the ID cards, for the student ID cards. We want to put the see something, say something QR code on the back
Oh,
of the
that'd be
ID
great.
card as well.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
so everybody's little ASC card or ID card will have it on the.
On the back.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
They
so
just shove
they
them in
can-
a wallet. They don't wear them around their neck, right?
But they need to show it for
For
certain
lunches
parents.
every day.
Not necessarily, I don't think for lunches. Do
Like
you?
for the football games
Yeah.
or something like that. I think that's the only time I normally use mine.
Yeah.
But if you
How do
want
you-
them,
How do you think we could get that out to the students to know that there's this tip line?
I think like picture day, you can get the card,
Yeah.
examine it, but I think that's the only time to see it, so.
That's that, I think just the signs in the bathrooms. Everything.
And there's posters, at the high school, at least there's a big poster at the commons.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the schools have that poster, and not necessarily in their common, but in some location.
Yeah, public space. Yeah. Well, maybe make a big deal out of it. Again, the more you educate the ninth
Yeah.
graders, they're the ones going in, and they're gonna be there 4 years.
Yeah.
So make a big deal
And
out of it.
isn't there an app that they can download onto their phone? Like maybe have that part of advisory where everybody downloads the app. Every single student has to have it on their phone.
Yeah.
Part of
Or at least, often,
our
yeah,
phone
yeah.
things.
Anyway, this, I want to
I don't know,
And
but
work
maybe
on
it's
that,
actually a
that's-
bigger number that know about it. I know it looks like it's going down, but we had a lot more kids
Yeah.
do the actual survey, so maybe there's still a larger number that are, yes, they know about it, and the smaller number.
And it's being
don't.
used.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Do you think we could incorporate like telling them about the hotline and see something, say something into advisory classes and having the teachers tell the students about it? Because then everybody will hear it because everyone's in advisory.
Yeah, especially if it's a
That'd
new,
be
are you,
great.
but that's it, but the suicide line, is that also the new phone number to call for reaching?
No, that's separate from the tip line.
But that would be,
Yeah.
And
We'll
yeah.
both of those on the back.
and clarifying what the see something, say something, I mean, my kids would go home and share something like, you should tell your teacher if you're seeing something, you know? So it's sort of like respecting someone's privacy, they don't know the whole story, so, but you don't know, still you can give it to an adult and let them make. that
And it can
decision.
be anonymous. In fact, most of the tips we receive are anonymous for good or bad. Sometimes it's helpful to have that context. We can get more information, but I would say the vast majority of the tips we get are anonymous. So if
Are they texted or do they have to actually call?
there's 4 ways that you use the app. You can call the number, you can text it, or what am I missing one, Brian? The website, you can go to the website as well, there's 4. Yeah, emails, yeah.
Gary, if we were
Yes.
gonna present something to the student during advisory or link day or something to tell them about that process, could we also share some success stories?
Sure.
To get the message across that it does make a difference. It will stop something bad. It will be productive and useful and helpful. And here's how it's helped other kids in the past, because some of my high schoolers friends, they don't think it does any good.
Mhm.
And I don't want them to think that that's true.
Yeah, no, I mean, in my opinion, I think it works very well. And it's almost that instantaneous
see
feedback, yeah. that's-
What happens
I think it would
after?
also help with kids feeling safe with the officer and kid, like, if they don't trust the SRO, once because that felt like the unsafe increased. And they're, not reporting because they're not sure where this information is gonna go and if
Right,
it will really
right.
help. So it feels like those might go hand in hand also.
I agree. I mean, I think it's a great opportunity to reach the students. So.
Like they'll sit around and record a fight,
Right.
but they won't report the fight.
Right.
So don't record the fight, report the fight, make it like a cute thing. That's a good thing. Make a t-shirt.
Right.
Report, not record.
If you feel like you need to record something,
Then it's time to
maybe you
record.
should record something.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's worthy of your video, it's,
Don't put it on
So we need a new
YouTube.
tagline for that. That's
Put
okay.
it on the tip line.
That's-
I'm sorry, I hear a commercial.
Yeah, right. Okay, so that's the tip line. Are you comfortable reporting harassment, intimidation, bullying, or dangerous or unsafe behavior using the tip lines? There you go. The yes drop, again, we have more responding. So yeah, this, again, I think it's more education, letting students know that this is actually available to them to use.
But also that they know that we do respond.
Right.
We do pay attention to it. It's not like, some of them might think, oh, it's like, nothing's gonna happen. Not that we can say exactly what's happened, but we can certainly say, we had 10 alerts, and of those 10, there were, responses that resulted in, carefully, we
Right.
can't say exactly what we've done, but to really, because I know that the incident, the alert tip line had more this year.
Yeah. It's been busy.
Communication.
Well, and again, going back to the anonymous aspect of it, it's hard to respond directly to the person. They don't leave their contact
Yes, they
information,
don't.
but we can talk generally about the results.
Right.
Okay, so here's the current early dismissal time on Friday works for me. Again, this is students, so over 70%, there you go. And again, I prefer a Friday early yeah, so this is very similar.
That should be our number one success.
Right.
We are meeting everybody's.
you made the request, and we met the
It
church.
was
The staff of my school support my emotional safety and well-being. And again, you'll see the agree is really strong, strongly agree. Some don't know. So I mean, yeah, the disagree went up a little bit too. So teachers and the staff accept me for who I am. Agree went up. Disagree slightly. Strongly agree went down a little bit. Do you feel your school supports students regardless of their social and cultural backgrounds, race, gender, and or special needs? So the bottom says all the time. That dropped quite a bit, but then most of the time went up quite a bit. Some of the time went up a little bit, so never a little bit more. So it's kind of, that one's kind of a mixed bag, and I'm not quite sure to.
Just so the board knows, we are looking at this as an overall, but we do share the principals of the buildings, their individual, because we can disaggregate this by school, and that way that they can see if there's a hot spot where they need to go do some work.
Yeah, and we did share
Like
those
race
last
bands
week.
Too, so.
I don't know, was it, when you gave it to me the other day? was it like
It was just per by school. Yeah,
They could ask you guys to just say.
in a certain area.
Like a certain grade band at one school, higher in one area. or something.
Yeah, all that information can be
Right.
extrapolated, I guess. School assemblies, special programs, and speakers reflect the diverse population of the school and larger community. So the agree was the strongest.
This is
A lot
what
don't
the
know.
equity audit for the kids, the students.
And yeah, this is the first year we've asked that, so we have nothing to really compare it to. There's encouragement and options for you to participate in school activities and events. So the results agree, again, is the strongest, followed by strongly agree. The library has recent visual, print, and non-print materials that accurately provide information about diverse student groups. Most said they don't know, but followed by agree and strongly agree. Some disagrees and strongly disagrees, but yeah.
Could you just quickly explain what that question is asking? Because I myself don't know what is being.
That's actually a great, I'm not exactly sure. I assume it's like when, like with books maybe that are in the library is, I'm not, Chris, are you aware of
Well,
what
I
that
think
question's
what
asking?
they wanted to know, and maybe it needs to be worded better.
Yeah, because I think that's why a lot, well, I don't want to assume anything.
Does the
but I don't know.
library have diverse content?
Okay.
Does it have information about women, people of color, people of different gender identities? You know, does it is it inclusive of different historical perspectives?
Right.
You know, so that maybe there's a better way of putting this.
Yeah, I think that's.
You can help us.
That's good
understand.
feedback.
Again, I don't want to assume,
No.
but I would say I don't know because.
That's
I've
great
reviewed
feedback.
it.
Yeah,
In
thank
fact,
you.
that probably be a great thing, the Student Advisory Council, who could actually vet through and help us with this.
Yes, that'd be great. Yeah, thank you.
We try to keep it very close, but that one is kind of, we can tweak it.
I see myself in the curriculum and materials teachers are using. So then you'll see agree is still the strongest, but most or not, quite a few don't know. And maybe it has to do with the way it was. This one's pretty self-explanatory, but my teachers assign projects and other structured group activities to integrate all students regardless of race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, national origin, English learner status, sex, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, or religion.
It's interesting, the strongly and the disagree are very similar. It's like the, same students for some of these.
Yeah. So agree is this bar right here. Values of equity, fairness, and inclusion are modeled by my teachers. So you'll see agree is still the strongest. Some don't know and strongly disagree is up a little bit.
It went from a don't know to some of them. They know this because they live it every day in the classroom.
Classroom procedures, practices, and norms, including calling on students and grouping students, is fair and equitable. The books and materials used in class, that one's similar to the other one. The books and materials used in class are culturally inclusive and unbiased, regarding race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, national origin, English learner status, sex, gender identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, religion, or disability. So that don't know is went up quite a bit on that one. Agree is still pretty strong.
Could we have a train? Sounds like a train's coming.
Maria,
Sorry.
very much.
Oh, yeah.
I like that we're asking questions in a positive, but I'm wondering if you could also maybe do a follow-up question with something like, do you or have you read, have you seen curriculum that makes you feel not included, or that it's demonstrating a bias, or, I mean, I wonder if we could also frame it not so much negative, but just like calling out, have you witnessed, have you seen this in curriculum? I would say that that's the one thing to me would be one of the things that would date curriculum is that perspective that we're really putting that lens on our curriculum today is, I know myself, even just look at children's books, I'm like, that was cute maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago, but just because you have it in the book bin and it's a tried and true, doesn't mean, I feel like, is there another book that has something more inclusive, or what is the message of that book saying? So I'm just saying that I'm wondering if we could ask a question like that as well and say, that's very global, but specifically, have you witnessed or have you had incidents where a curriculum, and not all of it comes from a book, it could be something teachers presented, and I don't know if that happens in our district, but there have been other districts where teachers have been, it has been, inferred that maybe something they're choosing, whether by parents or school board is less appropriate or not the intention of the district at large, so.
We can work with Carrie, help us of these equity questions. Carrie worked with DLT to create some of these, so I think we could certainly.
And with the student advisory.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, right. That'll be good.
Curriculum adoptions include questions about equity and diversity also as part of the decision-making process.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I know. And that's it. It's really, I know that that's like the intention of this group, but I'm wondering if like students, if there's something that maybe we have don't have that insight, and maybe someone, and just initially would have that, they have that lens, then they say, oh, I don't feel like I see myself in this. But as you said, like adults, I know that our group is really intentional, and that's one that
We're working to involve kids in curriculum adoptions. as
Oh,
well.
okay,
So
awesome.
the social studies adoption included classes conducting,
Oh, nice.
answering questions that include.
Is that something newer, curious, or is that been going on for years?
I would say it's not new, but it was sort of put on hiatus during COVID. We completed a math adoption
Right.
during 2 math adoptions during COVID.
Yeah.
So kids could see smaller components of the curriculum during hybrid, but it's not the same level.
Okay, sounds good.
Great. My teachers learn and use names that I identify as my preferred names and personal pronouns. So agree. I mean, again, these are pretty similar. There's some disagrees and strongly disagrees. I'm not sure how many students that is, but that's showing.
Interesting about the don't know. I don't know if my teacher uses my name.
Could
Pretty
be if
quick
there's
question.
nobody that would
Are they not
apply
paying
to it.
attention? Maybe they haven't told their teacher that they have a preferred pronoun.
Well, it could be that there's somebody in that class though that we even have that situation, so they wouldn't know if the teacher had.
I think it's asking about their personal name, not other people's names. That question I could interpret a couple different ways. Do the teachers use everybody's preferred names and preferred pronouns? Does the teacher use my name and my pronoun correctly?
I don't know. I feel safe talking with staff and our students about things that are challenging for me. So agree. I see that disagree went up quite a bit on that one too. So I'm not sure. Again, we don't have a baseline for this, so it's hard to tell whether this is improving or not. So the visual environment, bulletin boards, hall decorations, classrooms, displays, offices show diverse students of varied racial, ethnic, language, gender identity groups, and people with disabilities in a variety of roles. So they agree, it's pretty strong. Expectations and rules for students' behavior, language, and dress code are the same for all students. This is kind of a mixed bag. I mean, agree strongest, but disagree is really high.
I think there's room for improvement.
Yeah, I think so too. And I'm not quite sure, yeah, if it's, I guess it depends on the school too. I mean, it's,
Right, and this was shared, like on last week, Jerry, you did share it in your breakout.
and the school specific, so the schools can see.
Maybe enforcement also is something that the children want.
And I think it can vary by school. I mean, some schools take a different approach with that, so. So that's, again, the student results. And now finally we'll go with the staff results. And so staff, we had 437 last year respond. This year was 402. So fairly comparable.
How many staff members do we actually have?
750.
Over 700.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's like more than half.
It's still like all staff members respond, but that's with any survey, you're not gonna get that. Okay, so again, some of these you'll see are similar, others a little bit different. All right, so, and you'll see here, so the top one says non-rep classified staff member, certificated, which you had teacher, counselor, and then admin. So this is just the folks that responded. So you'll see classified, we had more classified respond this year, fewer teachers, other certificate staff respond. Admin went down a little bit, and sort of the non-rep. So non-rep means they're not part of a union,
Not
I
part
guess.
of PSC.
Oh, not part of PSC, okay.
One of our district office.
All right. My work location assignment. So you'll see, of course, the high school, the highest. Presidents was the next highest, it looks like. Okay. How would you grade the school district's performance overall? And again, we're looking at gold for this year. So
So nobody from this year said failing.
that is correct.
I think
Yeah,
that's a win.
there you go. Yeah.
You moved a little bit.
Our below average went up a little bit.
So
Yeah, I like the glass half full. That's good.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mary. In general, do you think schools in Arlington are improving? So yeah, I mean, we have some work to do because the S's dropped, no's went up. So
I want to know what they think they're measuring. What thing do we measure improving?
I'm gonna blame the pandemic for a lot of this. I think
I think we blame the pandemic
yeah.
for everything.
When in doubt, blame the
But
pandemic.
are they thinking like traffic? Are they thinking grades? Are they thinking the menu? Like, what are they thinking?
I guess it's just their gut
Overall,
feeling
everything.
overall.
It could be
Overall.
their working environment, their compensation, this is staff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's everything. Yeah.
It says, do you think schools are environmental? So hopefully they're focused on.
Okay. Are you aware of the district's emphasis on cultivating a positive growth mindset? You'll see here, exactly the same. Although nose went up slightly, I don't know how that, like,
A
yeah.
couple knows. Yeah, probably new. Yeah, they're new.
I probably related to math, I'm guessing, Chris, is that right? No. I'm working on my personal math, growth mindset. So. Whenever I visit other schools or departments, staff members are welcoming. Yeah, I mean, I think all.
There's also no strongly disagrees for this year. That's a win.
Yeah, I think again, as our schools open up after the pandemic, this will hopefully, improve. I mean, I think our front office staff are amazing. They do such a great job welcoming you when you walk in the front door. I think it's just, yeah, it's that first impression of our schools. The school building and grounds are clean and well maintained. Again, I mean, this is from the staff perspective, so pretty good. And no, don't knows. They actually,
They're aware.
they're aware. Yeah, they used to have some opinion on it. My work site is safe. So agree went up a little bit, strongly went down, but I kind of lump these together. Disagree went up a little bit. Not quite sure. And we've done a lot of safety improvements.
I'm guessing
too.
it's not trip hazards.
Could it be the construction or something? like
I
that?
think it's
Because I know
probably more like
classrooms are-
student behavior. That would be my guess.
Because remember that came up on the Wordle.
It could also be COVID too.
Oh, there's germs too, yeah.
Safety measures in place, there's a clean,
Sanitary.
That's why. I'm
That's a big
thinking
word.
construction, 'cause I know
That's
all
big.
the teachers should be right next to the hall and the rail got taken off, so you can fall down. And just holding the wall while you're walking around.
It's
like
true,
not
though,
having
the first year where the blue is, we were hybrid, we didn't even come back the time.
It's like the days that we-
So
the days that we scheduled.
the goal really reflects having to come back 5 days.
Yeah.
at a time almost.
And the timing of it.
The Friday early dismissal professional development. Now this is interesting because this is staff. They're giving up opinions of staff of the Friday early dismissal. So you'll see a little more of a mixed bag here. Strongly agree, 30%, 35 for agree, disagree went up to about 10%. So some don't. I don't know why they said
And
don't
this is
know, but
about the time, the use
Yeah.
of the time.
It's saying it's valuable, not that it's valuable. And then this next one, you'll see, oh, okay, this is please check what you'd like to change, adjust regarding the Friday early dismissal professional development opportunity. So how can it improve? So the content, they, would like to see different content. We can't get super specific because that'd be more of an open-ended question, which is really hard to show graphically, but some said prefer to meet on Wednesdays. So my work site adequately plans and has resources for site emergency or crisis. So see, they agree exactly the same. Strongly agree went down a little bit, although disagree went down too. And more said don't know. So
We need to get them.
They should all know.
Yeah.
I should all know. Yes. And we do drills every month in our schools. We're required to do drills. I know Brian's gone out to the schools talking about the rave system and the tip line, things like that.
And if that went up, we don't know, that could affect the other score, like feeling safe too, because if they don't know what the emergency plans are, it can make them feel unsafe.
And maybe they were out sick because of COVID.
Again,
Missed the
we'll blame the
drills.
pandemic for it.
Blame the pandemic for it.
I think it's the way it's worded too.
Yeah.
That adequately so big. They know of one thing, but is that adequate?
It doesn't say, do we have fire drills? Yes or no? And how much resources do you really need? How do you know?
Do staff practice fire drills on their own without students? Do they know what to do?
No.
But they
Well,
should be walking through the
that
start of the school year with them.
New staff.
Me too.
Well, everybody.
Yeah,
I know, specifically, Kyle Axelson has told me that he's gonna meet with all staff, and this is around high school, prior to the start of the school year, and walk through a drill.
I think that would be helpful. Because sometimes like when we have the fire drills, teachers are scrambling around. Some of my teachers, they like, which one do we go to? And they're like, we go to this line. No, wait, we go to this line. So I think that would be helpful.
Well,
if they-
in Arlington High School is different because of construction, because a lot of the areas that classrooms were evacuating to have been closed off,
Yeah.
but they'll be back.
And some people will be in new classrooms that have not existed before.
Yes, and well, a lot of people, there's a lot of changes happening in school classrooms. So one of the things that remain for us to do is paint the class numbers along the curve, because that indicates the area the classes are
Yes.
actually. That may still be up in the air when school starts. But we want that curve. And also I wanted to say, I didn't have this information available prior to starting an initiative with the school buildings. I made appointments with all the schools so I can either meet with their staff directly and talk about safety and security basics. Some things that we might not voice because of COVID was all consumed in response to it. Took up a lot of the space that we have for training on emergency response. So I'm gonna meet with all the staff and talk about basics like don't prompt doors, don't wear your ID badge. If you see somebody without a badge, make sure that they are directed back to the office to get a badge. I shared with you the response to emergencies reference guide. Have you guys seen this in the classrooms? On one side it says it's got the safety or anonymous tip line guide, like who would call to report anonymously. And then on the back side it says what to do in the event of an emergency.
Like,
I want to say I have, but it was hidden away in some corner where you couldn't really see it. Where if you were in the right spot, like signing out for bathroom or
Yeah.
whatever, that's.
We should only see the anonymous tip line side, and then on the back is for use during
Yeah.
emergency for the teacher to review. So that's the kind of thing we'll be talking about with teachers, so that we can get our footing back underneath this without COVID being a in terms of our emergency response. So that might actually help in next year. Answer the question.
And I would certainly reinforce the idea that they let the students, like they're aware, of what to do in a lockout or a lockdown. But the students, especially at the level, they can help. Like what if the teacher becomes incapacitated and they have to take over?
Another, side note, we've got several new assistant principals on board this year. And so they're going to be in a learning mode as well. They have experiences that they're bringing from their prior assignments, but there's going to be some time for that to.
What does it take to like implement new plans or new resources of learning, like as we're growing? I'm just thinking about there's a class at Silly Valley Health Connections called the Bleed class, which is learning what to do in an event of a shooting or someone. What do you do in that case? So I'm just wondering, like,
I have a friend
as
at the
we grow
hospital
and
that
change.
would love to come to high school and teach that class.
Well, so if we're gonna have a class on that, we need to have the supplies to back it up too, like a tourniquet kit in every classroom. And I talked with Chris about doing that, but then again, pandemic came along, just blew that out of the water. Usually it takes a year, because in EMART, for example, the emergency response guide, we take a year to review that and vet it and make sure that it's saying what we want it to say when we put it out there for the training cycle. That's the timeline.
Yeah.
So when you say class teaching on how to react in case of emergency like that, would it be like an actual class that they choose to take, or could it be something where they come into classrooms? Because if it was a class that students choose to take, I'm not sure if many would go for that class because they might not be as interested. But if kind of like off the world, when he comes around to classes sometimes and explains what he does, if there were a group, like you said, Mary, how you have someone at a hospital who would love to teach class like that. If a group of them came in and went to classes during the day and just did a little quick how-to, I guess, I feel like that would be more beneficial.
Okay, well, that's something that we haven't done.
It's, yes, yeah.
And with students at least, we do it with teachers and so up to teachers to teach their classes under the emergency response, the basic functions that block out, lock down, and evacuate. Those are the three things that we train on. So, I mean, hopefully, it's a great learning opportunity for me here is that hopefully your teachers have talked to you about how to respond in those situations.
Have you, I don't really think teachers explain, they just say, you go there, and that's what it is. You just go there and follow the rules.
So maybe something that we want to incorporate into high
Teachers
schools.
teaching us.
Well, you can put it in advisory.
That too, yeah.
Or in the public, maybe an assembly too, and just get the mass audience to one dose.
Yeah, that's great feedback. Okay, where are we at here? We just talked about that one. Okay. Are you aware of the Safe Schools tip lines that again went up a little bit? Again, I helped, that was kind of one of my goals here was to promote that. And I promote that via, we had it in the newsletter, different newsletters, we had it, Peach Jar, that's the e-flyer that we send out and other opportunities as well. So are you aware of the Employee Assistance Program? This is again, specific to staff. And this is, yeah, I don't know, some are aware of it, some aren't aware of it. The Employee Assistance Program is for staff that might need, I don't know, like legal
Counseling,
services.
legal,
Yeah.
financial.
And it's a service that we have with them, and it's important that they know. Typically, we know of a staff member going through a challenge, we share, but somehow, we need to get it out. 'cause
Well, I know we did
people
at least
don't
in one staff newsletter, maybe we'll.
It's been in the newsletter a couple of times.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, but we can sort of promote that
The
more.
usage is not, the usage is quite low. That service, but I think that's pretty consistent with other places too. I think that those programs are generally utilized a lot.
Then there might be some stigma to it too, honestly.
The one at the
Yeah, potentially.
hospital dramatically increased during the pandemic.
Oh,
It's kind of neat because you get free counseling, and maybe people don't want to say that they're getting counseling.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
But it's not something that we ever know about. I don't know if
Right,
we use
totally
it. We know generally what they use it for, like which services are used during the year. We get a report on it, so we do know who uses, or not who uses it, but what services are used.
But not the individual.
Yeah, we don't know anything about
So like,
the.
oh, there was this percent of our staff making use of such and such. Yeah, that's good.
are you aware of the voices opportunities such as community voices, student voices, and virtual staff voices? So yes, went up a little bit there, what, 5%? No, went down a little bit, so that's good. It's positive. At my work site, I feel accepted for who I am. Strongly agree went down a little bit, but then agree went up quite a bit. Disagree dropped, so that's great. My emotional safety and well-being are considered at my work site. Agree went up a little bit, strongly disagree went down, disagree went up a little bit as well, so. The visual environment, bulletin boards, hall decorations, classrooms, displays, offices, and instructional materials are inclusive of marginalized populations. So most agree, some disagrees. The interaction of school staff with each other, students, families, and community members conveys a respect for all people. So again, it'll be nicer next year when we have something to compare it to, because I'm not sure how this is improving or not. Students have a voice in selecting higher level courses for themselves, particularly in the areas of honors, AP, and STEM courses. Most don't know.
Could that be because there's a bunch of different kinds of staff and they might not be aware
Could be.
of the option, if you're
Yeah.
elementary school, para, you're not gonna.
Yeah. And we also have, bus drivers, we have food service workers that may not be aware of that either. Assessment data is consistently analyzed according to individual student progress as well as disaggregated by student groups. So again, this is assessment data, so not sure.
It's interesting, there's a lot of don't know, that's just for us as a system, whether you're a bus driver or whatever your position is, you should be aware that we are.
Just some awareness, yeah.
That we're trying, that we use data, we use feedback and all that to help us make better decisions.
Could you put a not applicable as an option? I just wondered because that you're
Oh.
skewing some of those on some of the questions.
Yeah, the don't know NAs after that is the non-applicable.
That is,
Yeah, that-
so don't know doesn't mean you really don't know
Right,
necessarily
it's
means it's not.
Don't know or
Like my job.
not exactly.
Okay, there it is.
If they were separate, I might kind of more accurate.
I said expectations, teach and reinforce positive behavior. Strongly agree is really strong on this one.
I
Great.
can't believe there would be any. Well, maybe they didn't, maybe that's somebody that doesn't, I would think they'd go to the don't know. I'm wondering.
I am responsive to the varied needs of the demographic groups and communities in the school. So no strongly disagrees. That's good.
If there is a district, so.
Yep.
ponder on that.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what.
Maybe they get that.
That's a pretty small percentage.
Or maybe they say that because maybe they don't feel like they have the resources to do that. I don't know.
I would like training in. So the highest is equity, culturally responsive practices, anti-racism, and inclusionary practices.
Which is great that we're having Aaron Jones.
Yep. Secondly, supporting students with social emotional learning needs. That's clear. Supporting students behaviorally makes sense. There are established areas of recognition for honoring students' contributions, growth, achievements, and services. So kind of a mixed bag there. Student leadership is reflective of all students. And a lot don't know, but again, this is the staff perspective on this. So I provide students with choices and the ability to show their learning in various ways. A lot agree. Don't know, that might be more like classified stuff. I use the following strategies to support the diverse needs of students. So this is language supports, variability, project-based learning, differentiation. I regularly assess student socio-emotional needs in order to make appropriate support available and to foster strong relationships. So agree and strongly agree. Some don't know. My PLC team systematically analyzes student data to ensure individuals and marginalized student groups are being supported in their academic and or social emotional progress. Again, kind of a mixed bag there. And lunch at Ellie's.
That's the result.
There's all in favor.
Strongly.
That's right.
So when you think about, you just saw results from the family and the community, from our students, from our staff, and reflecting also about our self-assessment and where we are, that we want to take all of this to kind of put together what as a board, our governance role, what would be appropriate goals, for this next year. So we just take that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the student advisory council to help us to, hone in on those. Try not to change them too much because we're trying to get a comparison. Yeah, some stuff they might not even know what a PLC is. I know that with our leaders, with our district leaders, we just spent time last week, part of the workshop was to talk about what are the non-negotiables for PLC. Carrie did that with and trying to help our leaders understand what the PLC. And that's very
And like we shared last week, I presented to each school, so they saw the data that was specific to their school. In the past, we've shown just more general results like this, but this year we really focus on each school so that they can
and
see.
there's comments too, so they get to see. Did you share the comments?
With the schools I did, yes, yeah. And then,
Is there any comments?
bless you.
Excuse me. So early dismissal Fridays with the staff about what content they would like to see improved.
Specific to staff, I'd have to look and see what staff said.
I know some of my teachers would talk about how it's not enough time to start a lesson because it's just 30 minutes. So either we'd be on our phones or they come up with some sort of game for us to play, but we just sit there and do nothing or work from another class.
That's advisory for advisory.
For Friday.
The class
Shorter
the
period.
30-minute
Oh,
class.
when they shorten that.
Yeah, that's when teachers are like, why don't we just sit and do work from another class, I guess.
So it's a kind of day,
Yes, exactly.
not a lot of heavy instruction.
Well, and that's interesting because we had, according to Sarah Focus, and we just walked in, her data about attendance, Friday attendance was not that great. And so they might have thought, well, these are, short periods anyway, and what's the point to go to work?
Any questions about the 3 different surveys that were sent out? Okay, great.
It would be really interesting, Gary,
Yes.
and maybe for next year, like thinking way ahead next August. If you could maybe also have, how sometimes the surveys for all 3 groups sort of have some overlays.
Oh,
Some
see how they,
commonalities
oh, yeah.
for some of the questions. It would be interesting to see them kind of all 3 in a little row.
Like side by side. kind of,
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to kind of compare,
Feel like this is a trend, like this
Like,
is all high.
how, do you feel like this school district is improving and like student, staff, families?
Yeah.
And do you feel safe, student, staff?
Yeah, and there are a handful of questions
like,
so
just
that
kind of,
we ask
like,
all 3.
Just look at them together as the overall,
It would be hard to
just
do.
to see the different perspectives. I think that'd be really.
Yeah, if there's a
interesting.
matching up or there are discrepancies, like, wow, the parents really feel this and the kids are way.
Like, do you feel like you can connect to a teacher and do you feel like you're connecting to your student and the family? Do you know if your child has somebody to connect to? And then just kind of see where that is, because some people think they're doing a great job and some people don't feel like it's a great job. So it'd be kind of interesting to see it kind of, like the 3 kind of overlapping groups.
But Mary, I would ask earlier though, because we have these meetings throughout the year of like surveys. How do we do the surveys twice a year, Gary?
Just once.
Just once a
Well,
year.
for these ones, we do just once. This is the annual ones that we send
Okay.
out. There are, I know Carrie sent out different surveys this past year, and there's some other ones that were sent out, I believe, too.
There's-
So,
There's others,
Yeah.
for inclusionary practices, we've had, so they're part of that project,
Mhm.
but this is the one where we're
Really
looking at the
comprehensive.
data over time.
Yeah. And then we have a marker every year to know.
Yeah, it goes out in the spring, a lot of the spring, and then you look at it.
Mhm.
And really, the board, this is the earliest the board has really looked at the results, because usually we have not met in August. So it's great that.
I think this is helpful to start your year out.
Yeah, because we just met with the district leaders, you know, and we're meeting with you, and then on the 31st, we will meet with all staff, you know, and share little pieces, not this whole. Although anybody can go and see these results because they're,
Not yet, they will be.
well, no, they were posted with this meeting.
Oh, yeah, but I meant on the actual website, we'll post them
Right, but
on the
they
survey.
could,
Yeah,
if they've gone
true.
into the board plate, they're all there,
Hmm.
you know, so they could dig into it. And then it'd be great to find us,
I guess I would make the request sort of dovetail on Mary's statement is if we were to do other surveys with different, would you guys, we're not constituents, but different involved parties, I would think it would be beneficial to always have an overlay to see how do these groups line up or where is the discrepancy? I think that'd be very valuable.
And if there's a way, if the voices opportunities, if there's a way to kind of connect it all,
Mhm.
which we can, I mean, like, even the Wordles were great to see what stood out, but that'll change over time.
Yeah.
What stands out, and,
So Chris, when you asked me for the September study session.
oh, that's, I haven't
to-
told them about that yet.
But you can tell them teaser.
Well, we were gonna do a data carousel walk, and so we could pull some of those questions that are for that we asked the staff and students
Better
and community.
Yeah, I just think it'd
Also,
be to
yeah.
know if things are lining up or is there?
And so you'll be able, so September 19th, our study session is on a Monday and it's 6 to 8, so that's very, we're not engaged in that. We changed the time to 5. Oh, yeah, that's right, we did change. Yeah, we changed.
It keeps you honest.
It's gonna take a big year
Thank you.
to adapt.
No,
to.
I just remember typing it.
Did I blow it?
And you hear it and you write it or type it.
I've done.
We do have a sign up sheet for student voices. So I'll put that on the table and you guys can pass around and see if you're available, cabinet and board members. I know Gary is like, Gary's on all of them.
I take those pictures, that's right.
But
I have a question about the survey, just advertising for it. Is there any like flyer posted at the libraries or?
We used Peach Jar, press release, social media, regular media, and then multiple repetitions of
It's on the
those.
cities, you know, the.
Yep, I share with the city
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that a lot of folks will go to the library too.
Library,
So
okay.
I was like, maybe more community members.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, and it's hard. We also include it in the spring newsletter.
Okay.
Yeah, so just to help promote it. And that goes out to all residents of 98223. So that hits our senior citizens, other community members as well.
Can we also add a link to it, to the city weekly e-news?
Yeah, that's where it was included last year. Yeah, yeah. They're great. We have a great partnership with the city. It helps a lot.
Any other questions?
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you.
Contributed to Ellie's.
Others?
Field trip.
Great. Last, I guess this one blocks the one come back with this kind
Yes.
Lunchtime.
Gary, you'll join us.
Oh, is that what
Yeah, that loud noise. I was trying to talk to them.
Now, I like seeing Mary's, as Mary's learning things through the day, she's putting more stickers on.
We're just walking.
I think it's faster to walk right there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a drive.
Okay.
not that.
Yeah, we did a good one. Yeah, I think I'll hit the laser.
So if you're unable to reach her to do something, oh.
Whenever.
some boxes.
Right. Well, family time, right?
Yeah.
Or-
I'll text her. Thank you.
She is, I'm sure. What's the password?
Wait for the next
Sorry, yes. Mine is free, yes, yes, yes.
So you shut down.
Oh, I gotta shut down. Great to
And
go.
it's the ARL.
The Gary.
Yeah.
So I gotta restart this.
Yeah, because
Maybe I can.
they have trouble because we had trouble. so we
Are
did
you,
it,
are you slides on my presentation?
They are, but I added one slide at the end for the survey questions. You know, so that we could look through those and pick which ones we want to have the data carousel for, so I'm just trying to call that up.
So would you like this?
So-
Because yours is macro, like.
What's that? Are there any boxes for mine? No, it says math. No, I'm just gonna share the document. I'm just trying to get it tonight. You know,
When it's time, you'll share it with them into the. But
I'm gonna share it to you guys, you know, and that would, oh, sure.
Well, see,
I can
I'm.
share it with you and then you can put it up. Yeah.
But the whole PowerPoint,
No, you have the rest of it.
Yeah, I do.
Just the one slide at the end.
right.
So I have a survey question.
Great. I think we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for letting us have a lunch break, and that was a lot of fun. We're now going to move on to the next item of our agenda, and that is our equity efforts. And this part of the presentation will be presented by Carrie Helgeson, our Director of Equity and Student Wellbeing. We are, and the camera is over here, off your left shoulder, and it is being live streamed. You're so welcome.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I do it to you, thank you.
All right, so it was right about a year ago that I came and introduced some goals from the equity plan. So this time we're going to do a recap of year one and then introduce some action steps we're gonna have for this coming year. So goal one of the, so there's 8 goals in the equity plan. And goal one is around professional learning, training and growth for staff. So last year, you can see we, elementary was trained on since time immemorial. Always in our focus is the multi-tier system of support, which continually gets added onto. And then there were 6 of us that engaged with Tammy Campbell in the deep equity cohort. So this year, one of the exciting things that we're going to be starting up is building equity teams. We're calling them educational equity facilitators. So there are 2 facilitators in each building, 3 at the high school and 1 at SBLC. So we will meet as a bigger group. Our first meeting is in August 25th or 29th, I can't remember which one. And we'll kind of plan, we're going to look at some data from the surveys. We're going to plan our focus areas for this coming year. The idea is I will meet with them once a month, and then we'll engage in professional development. Whatever we decide in August is going to be the focus. And then they'll go back and work with their building administrators to lead their building staff in the same professional development. So every building will get the same learning for this year. They could decide at that point that they want to do a book study. So that will be something that we could engage in. We've also talked about books, and also these facilitators will be part of the district equity team. So they'll also meet with the community and some students every each month as well. And then we'll continue the universal design for learning, which we started last year with UDL, and then professional development for all departments. So I've already talked to Brian Lewis, and I'm going to go in January and work with the bus drivers. And then I've talked with Ed Ellsworth, and we're going to try to figure out a time that I can meet with the cooks and maintenance so that everybody's getting that same information. And then year 2, or goal 2, sorry, develop a diverse and inclusive curriculum. So this is one of the survey questions that we ask the students if they see themselves in the curriculum. And for the most part, it was pretty, I know that they do. So that could be one of the questions that you guys want to engage in September. We spent, so with the Title VI dollars last year, we bought a lot of books that can go in the school libraries and classrooms to align with the Sense Time and Memorial. But then we also spent some money buying diverse books for our middle school libraries. So for students to have books in there that they can that represent who they are. So. And then we always like to do that whole thing of walking the walls. And this is one of the questions also that was asked in the surveys for community and staff and students. Do they see themselves in the classroom walls? So if I walk into a building, do I belong here? Is the question there, walk the walls idea. And then student voice. So exciting thing we're going to start. I don't know if you let them know about that. The Superintendent Advisory Council. So I'll be a part of that, being listening to the voices. And then one of my goals this year is to get out to the buildings when the student voices are happening to be able to listen to what kids are saying and how we can support them in their learning and acceptance in the buildings. Goal 3, which is always the bottom line is that closing the academic achievement and opportunity gaps. So making sure that all of our students feel like they belong and are achieving at their highest level. So again, that UDL, ongoing data analysis each semester. So when we did the data walk last week with the building administrators, they picked a focus area based on the data that they saw that they wanted to make a difference in their building. So it was personalized to where their building is at and what they wanted to focus on. So then they identified who from the district office can support them out in the buildings with this initiative, and then what other data do they need to be looking at? Because in my mind, data always leads to more questions. And so what other data do we need to engage in, and how, who and when can we help them with that? And then it's going to be that ongoing analysis for the data point, which goes along with the semester meetings with administrators. And then one of our focus areas last week was that since we are coming out of COVID now and we're actually in person and teachers can meet with each other in person, we did some training and a renewed focus on professional learning communities in all buildings. So coming back and reminding, what are we tight on and what are we loose on? So engaged in that, and that will be ongoing as well. And then we'll always do that spring equity audit, which we did in late May. This year, I'm going to develop some student questions for elementary, at least 4th and 5th grade. We did kind of run out of time. So the equity audit was just for middle and high schools. And so getting the student voice in the equity audit this spring with our 4th and 5th graders. So how do you word questions that they can understand? I'm going to keep going with you guys have questions. And then goal 4 was when we did year 1, this is Eric and I will be working together on this one, but is to recruit and retain diverse and culturally competent administrative teachers and staff. It's one of those things that we can only hire who applies, right? So how do we reach out to a broader group to show them who Arlington is and get them to apply for positions in Arlington from diverse backgrounds? So with Tammy Campbell and the Deep Equity Cohort, Mary was part of this, we actually looked at our job descriptions and interview questions and making sure that those represent who we are in Arlington. So that's one of our goals for this year, is to get those updated, as well as the interview questions and look for what are we looking for when we're interviewing staff. And goal 5 is around strengthening parent-community partnerships. So year one, that was kind of the first year, I believe, that the community equity team really was established. So that will continue, and like I said, we'll have more staff on that one as well. We have student support advocates. We have 2 currently. And they'll be the same ones, Travis and Rachel. Will continue the work working at the 2 high schools and at Post and wherever else we need help and support. We just connected with the Northwest ESD, which is not up here, but got a mental health professional full-time at West. So that's paid for through the ESD. And so that just got confirmed this morning on my way here. So Andrea is super excited about that support for the kids and the families. So hopefully we can get back to, some in-person family nights at the buildings, re-engaging our community and our parents. Communication to families in multiple languages. Just worked with Marilee Herman when she was going to send out the parent letter. And so then just reminding everybody to get those translated into different languages. We'll continue the ongoing partnership with Stillaguamish Tribe, Carrie HB, and Chris and I meet with them about every 2 weeks to continue that partnership. And then ACE and then the district and community equity team. So I'm looking for more community members for the district and equity team. So if anybody knows of some community members that would like to be involved in that team, that would be great. Send them my information.
On those 9th grade home visits, it's going really well. I wanted to go on Friday with them, but I couldn't. And then, but they just, it's really neat.
It really is.
They go to every home, and I'm talking like Marilee and Nikki and probably Kyle,
yeah.
and Denise, and I asked them last week, so well, what do you do when you go to the door? I mean,
Are they expecting them, by the way? Or do they just?
We got a phone call, but the incoming 9th graders, the rising 9th graders.
Yeah. That will be amazing.
Like, we are doing these home visits. If you would like to opt out, let us know.
Oh, okay.
Because then
Otherwise,
they go and they knock on the door and they share, and it's like they answer questions, so that there's this connection.
There's a face to
Anticipation of a rising prayers.
Right, it's really cool.
Yeah,
So I'm
that's
gonna go on, so they're doing a lot. Every
Yeah,
day
it's
they do
gonna-
a lot.
And the administrators should be excited about it.
They love it.
They're really good.
So one of the parents had shared, this is just great. One of the parents was just amazed.
I think maybe we could extend it to like 6th grade, anything that they're so nervous.
That's a big step from elementary.
Equal.
Someday.
This will build a structure of how they do it. They've done it a couple of years, but it's really getting refined and the system. They had gone out in teams, so like, Nikki and Marilee gone together, something like that. They do really care.
How do you get people to join your community equity team? Do they fill out an application? Do they apply? Do they just email you? And then how often do they meet?
Well, last year we met once a month, but this year we're going to meet once every other month, because then which I thought about, every month seemed like a lot. And so I'm hoping to boost attendance with every other month, because then it's more, you can only meet five times during the year. It's more important for them to be at every meeting than when you only meet 5 times.
Well, and we've got some advice from some other districts.
Yeah, Walla Walla.
Yeah, they shared that it'd probably be better to have a less. I would like to have it more, but they just said that they had better attendance.
Yeah,
When it was quarterly
And
or.
in person or something?
We have not quite decided, but we're thinking maybe have the Zoom option. We kind of talked about that at the last meeting. It was really 50-50. So I would like to meet that person, but we'll always have to do an option.
But what the intent, Carrie and I were talking that, so we alternate this, so the month that the meeting is the student advisory council. So
Like
we're using-
alternating.
Yes, we're using the same time on Wednesdays, I think, at 6 o'clock. So the month that, it's every other month that we're gonna be with student advisor to council. Trying to see if that design will work.
Yeah.
Then goal 6, foster a safe, inclusive, and equitable school community. This whole idea of do I belong here? So repeated a couple things here. The diverse books in the school libraries, continue to update those. That whole idea of walking the walls, more student voice opportunities, yearly student surveys. I had that in there. Continued monthly review. So I oversee month attendance and discipline as well, and just be. I have Sheila Shoemaker run me a report every month about who's coming high onto that attendance. A lot of attendance absences, but which is going to be an interesting thing this year because I'm not sure if you guys have seen that we have a new attendance law for mental health. Yep. So.
It's not something that I don't remember. Can you explain?
Well, I know very little about it right now. Next week I have training from OSBI, but basically we excuse student absences for emotional or physical mental health. There's no limit on how many absences students can have in a year's time. And they don't have to have like a diagnosis. Any child can take a child, say I'm having a mental health day and be an excused absent. So it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out as far as we take, or there's some that are going to take advantage of that, or are they really going to use it for what it's supposed to?
They're still effective. Applied to how many?
They haven't taken away the background.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can still file truancy. It might be a little bit,
So I'm guessing the child would have to initiate it and would have to call in or
or the parent, yeah.
or the parent would say, this is what, yeah, it can't be after the fact. Oh, history was mental health.
Well, I think that we still, even if they call in after the fact, I think we have to excuse it.
And the school will not be having any consequence for not seat time? No.
I mean, they'll have to make up the work. I mean, it's still missing work, right?
Right,
So,
but I'm just saying like versus a regular, like an absence that they don't claim, that's not really excused.
So we were required to have 180 days of instruction, and we have that opportunity to, they all choose to come every day.
Yeah, 180 days, yeah.
That's what the law is, that we have that opportunity. We don't have 179 without having a waiver, because you can get waivers. Easy not to do this.
and then continued focus on distribute that safe school tip line. I think we had good results from that, the survey with that, right? It's improved, yeah. And then something that came across my email in the spring was that we're supposed to have the suicide hotline number on ASB cards. And so we've started that at the high school this year. So any newly issued ASB card.
Middle school too?
This year, we're just doing it at the high school because it was too late to get it all going. So, but next year for sure.
We want the tip line if we can.
Yeah, that's what they have on there. Goal 7 was respect and value diversity. This is where it's going to be really important to be listening to our students and to be asking these questions on how they feel like they belong. Unified Champion Schools, we're trying to implement at Arlington High School this year. We're starting with the robotics, and I'm not sure if you guys know, I've talked about it in the past, what the Unified Champion Schools is. It's where we bring our students in special education and our general education students together, and they participate in different activities and sports. So my son Zach, who you saw earlier today, was involved in the Unified Schools in Mount Vernon where he went to school, and they had soccer and basketball, and so they would actually compete. There'd be like 5 or 6 students out on the field, half of them in the special education program and the other half gen ed program. The whole idea is that it is for the students in special education. They're the ones that score the goals. They're the ones that shoot the baskets. They call them partners, or with the gen ed students, they're just guiding play so that the game can continue. So we're starting our robotics, and then hopefully we can get basketball started. So Orange T-shirt Day, Black Lives Matter, Week of Action, you know, making sure we're identifying and celebrating all of these different monthly observances. More so than just having it posted on the district website and that, so actually engaging the staff. How can we bring recognition, deeper recognition?
And Carrie said the high school only or the middle school, elementary schools?
Yeah, it's all
Through, all
yeah.
through.
And then, you know, celebrating events at the board meetings like we did with the Martin Luther King assemblies last year, having more of those recognitions at school board meetings. And so that's where, you know, student voice is going to really come in handy here. It's like, how do we want to recognize and celebrate observances? And then goal 8, empower all students to achieve excellence. When I looked at this, I'm like, well, I don't have much on here, but everything is about, from the 7 previous goals, really all of that is about empowering all students to achieve excellence. So Hope Navigators, so that I brought that to you, I believe in the winter last year to accept that grant. So we, the team of counselors and myself have been meeting all year, getting trained on the Signs of Hope. And we are training, we have 52 staff members signed up for the summer academy to learn more about the science of hope and goal setting and so we'll be engaging in that next week. And then we thought that the trainings were done this past year, but they've just added another monthly meeting so that we can continue to learn more about that and how do we engage staff and students. We gave the hope scales, they call it, at 6 questions that we asked students. We gave it to our 8th graders at the 2 middle schools, and then that helped us identify students for the 8th to 9th grade summer transition program. The students that had low hope or no hope, then they did some hope, science of hope activities during summer school. And I guess that went really well. Stronger Together event on September 17th. That's Eric and I are working on the same committee on that one, engaging our community. We have Erin Jones coming as our guest speaker.
For both the district day.
District Day and Stronger Together, so we'll have that continuity message. And then one thing that the district equity team has on their equity plan is a mentorship program. And we talked a little bit about this last year during the meetings, but that might be one of our focus areas, doing some research about what does that mentorship look like and what's best for kids, because not every mentorship program has good results. So we're really focusing maybe more on 8th graders to 6th graders, developing that team, and then 12th graders to 9th graders, and what does that look like. So I call up that last slide.
Do you need me to get it to my email?
I will share it with you.
I mean, in my email, because I'll have to stop.
Yes, yeah. So are there any questions before we move on?
Carrie, what's Orange T-shirt Day?
It's with the Native population boarding school, so bringing awareness to that. So Chris talked to me last week after we did the data carousel for the leadership team, and she thought the board may be interested in engaging in deeper look into some of the data. So I thought a good place to start would be from the student survey, so we can see what students are saying about our schools. I remember this was just the middle schools and the high schools, and SVLC, their high schoolers as well, and took the survey. So there were about 15 questions, which 15 questions are way too many to do the data walk. So I kind of wanted you guys to identify 5 or 6 that you would like to see have the data talk around. So Chris is going to call these up.
I have to stop sharing.
So this kind of related to conversation that happened after Gary's date as far as what questions, because there are a couple of questions that we had in the staff, community and student surveys, if you wanted to see that as well. So you might have to help me. But I know the visual environment was one of the questions.
I'm just trying to get this off my laptop, so I can get, you send it to my email.
Yeah, I shared the document with you.
Doing it, make sure it's.
Try to make them. Yeah. So question one, staff at my school support my emotional safety and well-being. Teachers and staff accept me for who I am. These are all a 4-point scale. So strongly agree, agree, disagree, strongly disagree. So even number 3, do you feel your school supports students regardless of their social and cultural backgrounds, race, gender, and or special needs? So that again would be strongly agree, agree. So even though it's a yes or no type question, it's the 4-point scales. Talk about school assemblies and programs. Do they reflect the diverse population of the school and larger community?
You know, Gary did share some of this. He shared all of them today and just briefly.
Right.
So we may want to dig into the disaggregated.
Yeah, we would dig into the segregated, and then by building, we can break it down as well. But kind of focusing in on maybe just 5 or 6 of the questions.
So I'm trying to scroll down so you can see the others. So,
Yeah. Yes, you're right there. Encouragement options for you to participate in school activities and events. Library has recent materials. I see myself in the curriculum and materials teachers are using. The teachers assign project and structured group activities to integrate all students. Values by Cody Ferris and are modeled by my teachers. Classroom procedures, practice the norms, including calling on students and grouping students as fair and equitable. Slide more down below. On the next page. Books and materials used in the class are culturally inclusive and unbiased. My teacher provided me with learning choices and various ways to show my learning. So there's that UDL question there. My teachers learn and use names that identify as my preferred names and pronouns. We'll say talking to staff and students about things that are challenging for me. The visual environment shows diverse students of varied groups. Expectations and rules of students' behavior, language, and dress code are the same for all students. Teachers are great at helping me believe in myself as a learner. There can be high expectations.
so we would take what we saw this morning, but just go into more. Who's saying?
So any that stand out to you that would be interesting to
Number 14.
14.
I can't show them all.
I know, well, we could if we just
Maybe
made the font not so
maybe we
large,
just
but-
go group by group. So if we look in the first 1 to 6 or something.
Yeah.
Is there one out of that group or a couple of them?
I would probably think number 1 too, that's pretty key. Are you feeling supported emotionally? Like they're checking in with me? That seems pretty encompassing.
We shared number 2 last week with the administrative team. Like number 6.
So number 6. That's right, these down for sure.
Like, there is there also is the one that has the classroom materials that has, do I see myself in the classroom curriculum, so.
That's sweet.
I like number 9 on that one too.
Number 9.
For the teachers, because I've worked in a place where we seem to understand the importance for the students to feel a certain way. With the staff, I don't feel at that same level of consideration. And I think that's important because if staff members aren't communicating that same level that they're trying to do with the students, it is felt and there's an awareness. And I think students know if you're being fair towards other students, whether it be your classroom or across the hall. So we have this, like there's a like-mindedness in how we conduct ourselves in the school building. And everyone is sharing.
Just have a question about number 13.
I want to talk about 13.
You want to dig
Also
into 13?
14. Also 16.
Right, you already said 14.
I know.
I did.
14.
I have 2 people.
I second
How many do we have right now?
6.
We have 6.
That's what I
Can you
have.
go back and show the ones?
Okay, the ones that I have down are 1, chapter 1, the staff at my school support my emotional safety and well-being. Then we give it a 6. The library has some vision as a shows that actively provides information. And then 9, values of equity, fairness, and inclusion are modeled by my teachers. And 13. My teachers learn and use names that I've identified as my preferred names and pronouns. And then 14, I feel safe talking with staff and or students about things that are challenging me. And last 15, the visual environment shows diverse students of various grades.
15 or 16, that's what I was 16.
Well, the 16 one, when you think of the survey results, they were pretty, the kids were crying out about that. And I think staff as well.
There's a lot of disagreement that ain't crossed. Why is that?
Okay, so now I have 7. Sorry, we will be busy on that night, on the 19th.
So we're down 7.
Yes, sorry. Very good, but we're on 7. Good stuff.
It is 15.
All right. Okay, so I'm gonna.
You have this.
I have them.
All right, 15, 14, 15, 16.
Any other questions or wonderings around our equity work this year?
I wonder about the mentorship program, how many schools around us have implemented that recently and like, yeah, how that's going. Don't know,
You
okay,
mean in our schools?
you like, has Lakewood, has
Oh, I don't. yeah, I'm
Stanwood,
not
I
sure.
don't know, yeah, I'm just wondering.
Okay. That would be part of, if that's what our district community team wants to focus with, that would be
Okay.
some research and ask it around.
Okay.
We tried to get it, I met with McKJ a few times last year to get it up and going. And just,
Yeah.
Everybody's got busy, so. that's the focus.
Instead of going to a break, which is next,
Keep
move the break to after then. Maybe take a break, like,
whichever you'd like. I've got to,
you guys okay, then we need a break?
no. Okay, so now I've got to figure out
So then if everybody's in agreement, we can modify a little bit.
have the breaking first, a little later. And then we'll skip to the next agenda item, will be board superintendent goals and professional development plan. Okay, goals.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm not on Zoom. You need to mute, I think.
Because it's Facebook. Thank you.
Like how long is you in camp?
Till Friday.
Mine's actually.
No, it says mine's off.
Till Friday.
Mine's off.
Yeah, as soon as I introduced him to the counselor.
You can go.
Yep.
I'll go on.
I had a friend who said. So we're moving on to developing board goals and professional plan. And what I put on here is that we we're a learning organization, not just for our students, but for ourselves. And so we need to learn something. We learn something every day. We never stop learning, and we share what we've learned. So that's just what this little graphic is. So the next thing is we're going to talk about our goals. And you have a copy inside your folder, you have a copy of our the 21 goals. Goals for board on one side, or actually, I don't think 2 separate pages, but there's board and there's superintendent. So up on the screen, on the left side, it talks about SMART goal setting. And so I just want to remind us, because you're going to go into the same groups that you were in this morning. You're going to look at those, the strengths and the areas of growth. You're going to consider the survey results. You're going to consider what Carrie just shared. I also wanted to, on behalf of Mike Ray, and Mary's aware that I'm going to share this, is that if he was able to be here today, he would have shared that he would want us to consider as a board the challenge we have before us about money and such. And so he could in the future be asking for a board agenda item to be added to an agenda, and the board will consider that. But it's related to the idea of our own, like, can we as a board make some steps, like even saying we're not going to get compensated or not to go far away and do things like that. But he'll share that in the future. I don't know. I just want to, as we go into this goal setting time, we have to think about what I just described, the self-assessment, the survey, what Carrie just said, but also what is our current priorities? So our current reality. Our current reality is we are headed into some months that we're really going to have to grapple with our finances, because we've never been in a place where we've dipped into our fund balance, at least in the years that I've been here. So we're there. And so when you're considering goals, consider that. And such. So a SMART goal, and hopefully the goals that we have, we've been trying to make sure they're smart. But for a goal to be smart, it's specific. It is measurable. It is attainable. It's something we can obtain. And it's relevant and meaningful to what our priorities are. And it's time bound. We're going to do this by this time. So just keep that in mind. You're going to get back into your groups, and you're going to look at last year's goals. Maybe we're going to keep them. But each of your groups, you're going to look at your goal areas that you are the standards that you're in, but you're going to expand out of that. Come back, and I think I gave us like 10 to 20 minutes, so probably 20 minutes to come back with some suggestions for goals. And this may take us, we may not get this accomplished today. We may, especially without our full board team here, we may on September 19th have to come back and talk about it, but do your best in formulating possible goals. And maybe we don't need 5 goals. Maybe we need 2 or 3. The number, I'm not asking you to make a goal for every standard. There's 5 standards, doesn't mean you have 5 goals. Think more broad for our goals. And I also would like, I'm thinking that it might be original meeting vote is that we combine the board and student goals possibly. So think about that. Questions? Questions? Okay, so it is perfect. So at 2 o'clock, I will check and see where you're at.
So me, Kyle, myself, and Gary will be.
Oh, did we have it? Yeah. We did. Last year, then through the line with the different students. One, two, three, and four, and four. So I feel like we didn't have anything like this out of 5 last year. Maybe we should have to bring more than 5. Whatever it's going to have a goal line. Or 5. Well, we should think about looking at
So we are looking to see if.
Well, I didn't really get into the standard five. Yeah, so we can have them report. You can see last year we had a goal for standard 1, standard 2, and what we did for standard 2. We need to guidelines where we're at. You're welcome.
I do actually remember what I went
I know, I do,
in my memory.
yes.
Well, I mean, they're kind of trying to think we are.
See, I had, yeah, and I had, my family. I did have something to do with that.
Yeah, that seems tied in. So. It's not good.
So you can tell your standards 1 and 2, so you can tell that we had 2. So one, there's standard 1, standard 2. So last year we had a.
Everybody do that?
Each.
You know, we read
Yeah.
Okay.
That did.
You and I said, you and I went to one, but not the other.
So, but I think this lines up with the board goals.
Yeah, there's
Lines up with
different,
standard
I don't think.
I went to one thing online for like.
We may want to reword that a little bit so it's obtainable.
Yeah, that's, I think that seems what it is. Yeah, I think that ties in what we talked about.
So we need to collaborate more, network more.
Standard is the board goal.
Provide more.
As the board goal 5,
You know,
Others
already incorporate
outside of
standard.
our area.
Well, and like the benchmarks, each goal has a benchmark.
Okay.
So
It seems like this is still appropriate, it's
Which
just
is exactly.
how
what
to
it is.
word it.
Really.
That's benchmark A, benchmark B is insurance.
Maybe we need to say that to complete
What
the
are
other
those?
goals.
What are the
That's
3?
open account goals.
Let me look it up.
Such a new board.
Yeah.
I mean, is this still, do we still want to keep this?
This is quite communication.
But it's because-
This is
So
how.
these are different, so.
So basically, we're saying we like each board member to participate in 2
But then
events a
will it
year.
happen?
Will it happen?
I don't know. Part of this is when you do this goal, you'll be networking with others. Like you and I went up to do the equity training up at the ESD 189. So we had to
You will know.
yeah.
It's a dreamy day.
It seems like if we were
Or across that.
joining a budget for about
getting a raise.
Learning about
It's under
stewardship.
one.
Very
Your responsible governance.
Is it somewhere else, in one of these other?
I mean, to me, it's already developed.
Yeah.
Where it's
And this
Could be
makes
creative
more
in
make
which
better
regards to
decisions.
success.
Yeah.
I mean, I like.
Because the budget
this,
applies to absolutely everything.
Or do we just
That's like, it's also engaging the
make any
community.
voices opportunity?
Right.
Yeah,
It's
it
like,
could
because
be.
there's actually more than that.
Board expects.
Right.
He's got something really specific in mind.
Yeah.
I would actually add certain those that do that.
Or, yeah.
At engagement.
So is that
which
just
is
a
the
different goal that's outside of
engagement.
these?
Well, I don't know, I want to
Engagement
get
with our community, because I'm thinking about this one was weak, this one was, how do we know, like they're saying, how to get to local students, but they are hiding on student standards, how do they know what we are doing? Well, if they feel like we're not doing it, which sounds like what was a drop.
Yeah.
It was a big jump and then it was a drop,
That's.
so we want to make sure that we're communicating
RCW.
not only
Just
just
said,
to
do that.
those
But
that are meeting with
that's on the
education,
bottom of
but
the
then
RCW.
actively communicating with those same constituents about what we are doing in terms of advocating for that. Communicating.
Because they
Here's
can't.
all the legitimate standards, and I might have personally highlighted.
So these are layers that I was adding to that. Like, what is those things that
More
we're
in highlight.
okay. Listen,
So here's standard one, provide.
this group is listening to these constituents in the community, students and staff, but then how do we communicate to staff?
Different questions, and these are what the ones that I answered,
What
but
this
yours
is
is just
doing
on
on
the
the
hour.
Yeah.
And
What
is your
partnerships, again, by having those opportunities, we're creating partnerships. And we are effective in our process of responding to questions and concerns because we have these pathways to communicate with community voices.
So I just want us to.
So I think if you just take,
Our responsibility.
you take those chunks,
We have more discussion.
say that's what we're doing,
Yeah.
because these are shortfalls. These are areas of our growth.
Collaborate with colleagues.
They agree that we're doing it in a transparent manner. Okay, so they,
How do you call
no,
it?
yes, we have these,
I know.
we have these, but then you articulate specifically.
Yeah, that's a long
What that, and it's two way, it's not just.
Like,
this.
I know some people and like.
Okay.
I can't look it up on the modules, but
Yeah.
the modules that was, are they on the sheet? I think they're.
The was the onboarding module.
I don't know, so, sort of,
It's on the, right here.
This is watching your problem.
That's another
I think it's
Hand in paper.
These are the.
Here we go.
Foundation of state funding.
But you didn't know that because we didn't,
Federal
right, you didn't push it.
I
You
agree,
just
just
pushed
budget.
it. I think you should push it, you should first
Financial
get it out there and then like,
Oh,
oh.
there was something I went to
Here's
online.
stories are your goal.
Yeah, one of them was
So I think that I would
But
first.
right now, there's no training
I
schedule.
believe
They
our
had them
goals
online that
by-
one year when everything,
Or
or at the
already-
conference,
or
or at the conference.
Our standard.
And I went to something when it was all on Zoom.
And
Lengthy,
which
very,
aligns with.
very detailed.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah.
So I think we can clarify that. So.
And
then we were saying
interactive
that,
with the other, you had to break
so the
out
board
to groups,
group
and then you had to
five,
rotate, and then you had to break out to groups again and rotate, and then there was all
So
these
we're
different
looking
ways
at
to do
two
things, and you had to
opportunities,
follow
two
the
listening
pattern precisely,
opportunities.
and you had like 30 minutes, and then you had 1 minute,
Where
30
community
seconds.
voices, student voices.
Very structured.
Allow for.
It's not like sitting your lecture.
So the.
Or you could say, how would we say,
standard is because the
constituents, and then you could
government
put those in
role
right,
in that.
I would say constituents.
So these are part of that.
These five were what we're intended to
Wait,
do.
Two of
People we're responsible to.
But they're not available
community and students.
all the time. I don't think we've had an opportunity to use.
So there is a requirement for the board into the first 2 years, required equity training because of Senate Bill 5044. 2.5 hour training, so 5 hours totals must be completed once per term of the elected office. And then after you've done that, then it's
Extra,
a minimum.
there's another, so like Chris and I went to intro to equity.
Yeah, so we did
And then
one
there's
of
supposed
those
to be another
2.5.
one. But I don't know when another one is.
I just think that this is required by the law, so it seems that maybe instead of focusing on these, we focus on what is required, that they.
And attainable.
You could say equity and one other appropriate training or something.
How about just
Or just equity.
was the training
Okay.
and keep it.
So during the 2022.
But then I'm just trying to
each of our
help them
members, we had at least two listening.
Get it done.
What I don't want is at the very,
Right,
they get close to the end of it, like, okay, so I just started, so they're halfway. So we have 3.5 years left.
Oh,
to get
okay.
those started. So just for sure get one done, in this next year, I think that would benefit of the effort.
You said these two,
One
those are
or two
two,
2.5 hours.
yeah, I would say advocate for look like this, and then here. Advocate for something like that, so we're, again, this is, there's listening, but there's also telling or sharing or disseminating.
Do
So
we know what?
in
the
those-
there was?
in those opportunities, I would maybe put listening slash
You're on there?
communicating,
I
yeah.
feel like it would be more realistic if we
Get
had
opportunities.
that we could.
Because it's more than just this.
Yeah,
I mean,
scheduled in
it's-
November, we're all gonna be there in November. We can
We're
make
in
this
this
happen.
board, we have that, but I'm also saying it's also.
Yeah, but there is something,
educating.
I think that if that discussion gets
So
put on
just
the.
at least
the
two
board
listening
discussion,
slash
we're concerned
communicating
about
opportunity.
everybody
in parentheses.
Yeah.
So just
And
community
then
voice,
how
student
are
But
voice,
we
there's
are
that.
registered.
Right.
and
Two.
we are
Two,
outside.
advocate,
But it is.
I put like all that,
Or is
just
it
like
like
spell it out.
count or
Yeah.
the
actually,
required
there's-
training?
There's the note.
I'll be honest, it was. And then someone homework.
Oh,
and then model.
2023.
Sorry.
I'm like, what year?
So
I don't even know.
through our communication, right, which, and listen, we're gonna be able to model the cultural curriculum that they understand.
Ooh, that's a clue.
So, you know, let your.
See, they're gonna have those, they will be at the compounds at the back.
I know it's kind of a little more encouragement. but,
Yeah.
um,
Those ones that really stood out.
But this one is actually not doing that.
They will be at the conference.
Identify how to
Accountability.
Ensure public spelling, okay. So we're listening, communicating, ensuring public remains well informed regarding the board's rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have to do
Like
that.
it needs to be more.
Why do you have to look at it? Because that's why you're.
Yeah.
Keeps them informed where we are.
Top of the room.
If you have suggestions.
But it was in a conference in November.
That
Right,
one,
okay.
this
It'll
was
be
there.
the ones that went around, you and I attended the first one, the one we went to was the very first one.
Yeah, I think this one too, right, communicate proactively, it's just update, so again, pushing that information.
And I think that
So we're gonna be disseminating information, proactively,
I'll just, in fact, I'll say sufficient information that.
like, I'm saying, hey, but like, we're having this meeting today, but you're gonna, it's something else, that's right, this is what we're doing, we're actively engaging in.
part series.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
yeah.
It will be their interest also.
That's, yeah.
It's right there.
And that one was
There's
ties
the,
in very
where
well
the
to the
conference
Yeah.
is 2 to 3:15. So that actually shows the date of it
Like, what is
and the
the
time.
Financial
So that one's there.
The cabinet does that too, is that when she's.
That was the foundation of the stage.
Yeah.
Financial
Okay, so-
soundness and you
Right.
Yeah.
So that is.
You're like not in the know, and that's on you, but we're making an effort to educate you. Now, we are not in the strongest position, we're in position one being,
financial soundness and
COVID, we want to make some decisions, but we want to keep informed of that.
And there's only 44 seats.
Yeah.
Oh, they're both.
Yeah.
So you really.
You got those?
Well, but you can do, you know, say, like, what you know is from PR, right, there's always that.
Now, Mark Ross and I believe, Judy,
Well, that's,
they
that's time
attended.
enough, right?
I attended this
You're
with them,
communicating
the
with the
digital
digital
budgeting,
Right.
and that's
You're
where
like,
we ended up
let's,
doing that
can we
routine,
shove in,
and that's where we moved
after the
into
meetings,
this,
join
and
in,
they
you know?
attended that,
Yes.
so. But we have a good.
Is that at Webster?
I would say those are
Yeah.
the 5 or 6
Strengthening.
spots. But I want to touch on those areas that we saw.
The one, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So we know for sure the equity, and then these two will be there. We're presenting on these 2 days as well. But what time will we-
Crystal?
And it's not-
It's fine. Yeah, it's just pretty close.
And then phase one of them needs to be an equity.
Well, maybe take it over the top.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like, you get at home ingredients, I can get everything. Serious.
Yeah.
So part of the Higgins trip.
It's certainly that, attending that training certainly will help us with our equity efforts if the whole board is.
Help us be compliant with the law.
And
No, I know appreciation.
and then the budget line, decide where to do the budget.
Right.
Assignments in our current challenges that we're facing.
There is in standard
The-
three, there is
the-
a benchmark adopting and monitoring annual budget
Yeah.
values resources based on the goals and priorities.
So many there's like.
We're doing good on that.
So I
I
think
think-
this strike.
Yeah, and I don't know if the action.
Okay.
It has to be
Okay.
specific.
Right,
Yeah.
In this plan that we're gonna
So
go
we'll
over,
hurt district.
we're
Like our to foster.
Yeah.
this, getting our, working towards
This part to
recovery of our.
We're gonna specify
policy
what we're gonna
level.
be.
Yeah.
We're
I
gonna
mean, that's
have
kind of defined, of course. it's
Right,
defined.
right.
And promotional and lots of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take over
Yeah.
the
That's,
way.
that's the intent behind
Yeah.
the verb of what we're doing.
So let me
Maybe we
reread
wanna
to you
have
guys what
one
we
of
said.
our
During the
goals,
2022-23 school year, each
asking
board member
input from all
participated
our
at least 2 listening slash.
Yeah, they were.
communicating
part of the-
opportunities such as
We haven't had a
voices,
goal for
student
5,
voices,
10,
student
5
voices,
at
too.
all, and so we've had 2
advocate
for.
at the local, state, and federal levels on behalf of students
so.
slash district.
Really.
So like standard five has lots of good
Cultural,
things that
and
we
ethnic
could
understanding and
kind of
sensitivity.
incorporate.
So important.
So I don't know what we're gonna have on it,
Remains
but we
one
can.
of the board's goals and responsibilities. Disseminate information that addresses issues throughout the system and community.
So if we're looking
And
at standard five.
communicates district performance to the public in clear and understandable ways.
And then there's
I think we touched on.
collaborating with them.
Again, based on.
Yeah, and I think what we
Mobilize.
put over here is
Yeah, I mean, there's like whole
Something
thing
that's
that's
for the frustration.
transparency, accountability, it's all there. Yeah.
yeah, that's good.
I just looked at
Ensuring
going
full
through it
board
into
But
like.
and
it ties now, like, Chris was saying,
Rocking that transparency thing right there. Ensuring.
Yeah,
it seems like
it's
it's
pretty
like-
sure,
Community
yeah,
right. And soliciting input from staff and a wide spectrum of communities with diverse range of interests and perspectives on issues that are not. I like that.
Remember my kids in Canada?
So does this board have input from parents, students,
hard.
teenagers,
It's like-
and
it's like-
local organizations?
But in the mean.
Sorry, that's my education.
Right.
We don't wanna tell them every.
Get away from here.
Or shocking.
Right. I said, yes.
Yeah.
You're so
And
right.
then
They
they
changed
it now.
We can feel the things out, like, but she didn't know.
When I,
Is it
and we're
gonna
in
be
Central
for her?
Florida,
Sure,
we
there's
don't,
because
like,
I must know
there are
whatever.
some
Confronting on them.
Like Harvard.
Like, no, you're not gonna manage it.
Yeah.
Now, you're barely in first grade.
we don't
You're
say
like,
it's.
Just stop trying.
We read everybody that wants to
And
students
the-
fear.
most of the kids were just like, I could
It's
choose
just
that because we want to like, most kids are like, I'm thinking about that, but she was like. And then I'll like give affirmations. to her.
It's a
Right
two-part,
there.
just a two-part check, but we're just gonna keep moving forward a little bit, because we still need more time. We're still thinking. They're thinking about your area too.
Are you encroaching?
Yeah, I think we were.
Coming on our turf?
Such a good area.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
How are you doing over
So we
there?
have to modify it.
Okay?
Yeah, we could do it. What do you think?
We just have equities.
Took out the three.
My first five, now. It was the
These two.
three. See, if there's one needs to quite the uphill battle.
Yeah.
A
Was
couple
that due
hectares.
to COVID and everything else?
Yeah, so did you come in?
What about?
Is there anything else that we've
What about number two?
done? Did we like complete that one?
Just done up even the last week of school.
I think it covers actually.
Just think of it. Yeah, it's
Priority
kind
works,
of-
I think.
I love his comment. I love his comment. I think he himself, it's wherever the shot was coming into a situation. and he
But
was
you're
just-
looking at this one, the number two.
Dysregulated. Like, eight
Oh,
seconds.
just, yeah.
I was.
And warning and if you find one, you hug your hand, but yeah.
This, that, this is kind of like the attempt to support is what is good instruction. Which is part of the efforts of us doing universal.
All day long.
Sharing with the board, what's that?
We keep coming back to school.
What is it? And why is that? Well, I guess it's, what we need to know.
Oh,
what-
right, right.
Yeah,
You have the
you know,
skill.
That's what we're about.
They're eager, they're excited.
And how are we gonna get to last week?
Even if the board doesn't try to speak to an action.
Pick
Right,
From
yeah.
here, my goal is keep it.
That's where like in a
And
and we're
like more rigid. If I'm nervous about.
We are gonna
things
start
just
with
all
the
forward.
presentation.
And so try to, whatever it looks like for your first year, last year, to keep that in there. But, the fun part is probably on the low side. Just so,
We're having them sign up
I
again.
mean, even in form, things with Swagger.
And it's all about.
Well, like this is like a fun fact, you get more on that, how much less control do I have?
Yeah.
I just felt like I didn't really
Number
take.
two then.
So.
Do some work
Got a
here,
good
Brad.
person. We've got two. I mean, when you look at.
Do we understand
One of the years when I thought.
Didn't have your
I think
back.
I'm like, yeah, like, I'm like, no,
Like,
yeah.
were you new? Like, even if we were developing our, we need to learn it all again.
You know.
Yeah.
It's still reasonable.
But there's two on nursing, you ever over there?
Like, why would you
There's
give
two.
Right.
They share our rationale for our decision.
Right.
The other one says science.
I had two kids that were.
Oh, okay, that's good. I'm just.
Yeah.
I just, like, I was just like, I'm just. Like,
How do we see that?
I don't know. Just facing up. And just keep her walk down. Right.
Evidence of this program.
Yeah, just even in high school, like,
It's just 2 days.
Sassy starts to
Under
do
the
it.
scope.
That's what I'm gonna be sassy, yeah. Like, no,
Quite
yeah, we're sassy, no sass.
Like, and we have to measure our rationale for decisions.
You know, and I
But
go,
we
too, because I
need to
agree
be able
on
to
doing
say,
the
yes,
room, and
we
I'm
share
like,
the
okay,
rationale.
right,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyways,
right.
I'm letting you know,
Yeah.
and you're this, and like, no, this is-
Maybe.
There's no nooks and crannies to hide under.
Like when we made changes to some
And you
positions.
do, I feel like, because I start out like in middle school, and I really put it to the parents, and
Somebody
they
in charge of.
They're a triangle, you and I are gonna work together to make each child move.
Right,
And,
yeah.
you know, if there's questions, I'm gonna talk right out of that, you know, and.
Yeah,
just
we
kind
added
of
why.
And I work it on.
But not everybody actually hears that.
Yeah, it's the.
So I don't know. So verbally, put on the district webpage. Rationales for our decisions.
No,
I don't know if we're gonna look at
Dude, my friend found out I was getting, you know, I got like twice the punishment.
Right.
And these kids are like, you're right, I mean, like, oh.
Just trying to see how that would be.
And mom's getting the message, right?
I kind of really like to see how people in the district
And I
do
could
that
text
well.
her, cause I go,
How do they do that?
If we could measure how the board is learning
Oh,
about teaching and
And then
learning.
What'd you learn from
Right.
that?
and then it was like.
And share every board meeting about some of the.
You know, so we know like,
Yeah.
because on both sides of the coin, like, oh.
I don't wanna say like every meeting, but like,
Thanks.
like, you know how it's the month,
That's
you
why
know how we're learning about the
we don't
budget
use
once
it
a month.
as much as we
kind of
used to.
Tina shares
Yeah, it was like
budget
only communication.
update.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's like.
Yeah,
we had
I know. It just, it's weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, last year, throughout the whole year, we had an academic
Because
history
my
month
grandma's
and updated everything. But we kind of, we're trying to, and
That's
that's
the
kind
kids.
of, I think that we should have, I'm not saying I'll do the kids, but,
She lives outside of the school.
or something.
It's funny, Jim, I was like,
Something that you can measure.
And he's got.
I don't know what you're gonna measure about it.
Mine's an
I'll
art.
measure.
And that's one kid in the library.
Yeah, I mean, that is offered as a topic is valuable.
Aren't you a kindergarten teacher?
Yeah.
I'm the coolest
Yeah,
teacher.
there's like some nerds and no, the super is.
Yeah.
Right.
And he's like, really,
It would be fun to do
I was like,
something else on the
"Oh,
board."
yeah." Because
You got it.
I mean, even understanding, like learning about.
Because the parents have drop off and they'll point, I'm sure they tell you this, till some sixth grade. How do you use red funny cars and drive away?
Just hearing a little bit more
Kids in schools.
about
The
that.
mild mannered kindergarten teacher.
And then.
I
Always funny to hear.
I think that's helpful,
Yeah.
because if you're gonna set high expectations of how you know, and communicate about, it, you gotta know what you're.
And just really just super fun and great retro depending on the year and how the kids are 60s, 70s, 80s. So I'm the 80s fashion.
But it's gonna modify for.
Best decade, come on.
Come on.
No, no, fashion was, everything else was. A lot of me, a lot of me.
I presented.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Very
I
prominent.
That would be
Or the-
wonderful.
The generic word change colors,
Sometimes
like.
I think
it's-
measure be
No, that's like just a race.
participation of board
That's-
members in at least 9 learning opportunities about EDL. Because if you're gonna do once a month, so.
Yeah, you're-
this
I know
is-
exactly.
this is 8, and
Yeah,
so
I know
she
exactly what you're
gives-
talking
that
about.
gives us, I don't know,
So she-
because that's measurable.
It's like one
But
of
I.
the, be a short little.
Opportunities to learn.
Right, you can measure, like, we only did 3 kindergarten.
So cool.
Yeah, they're like.
Patient board member. Opportunities about, I don't know,
That's so
pick a word.
awesome.
Look, you know, sometimes you can't be that way for, they'll just laugh you out. Like, how can you-
I mean, honestly, that connects.
No, we're.
Dovetails supposed to
Oh,
be in, or you.
Like a
Right.
hundred.
We're just like, well, collective
And then you
efficacy,
can-
tier one instruction,
Something like that.
so like,
I don't know, there's something, kid has like, and one was like, oh, was
That would be delightful.
And it has the.
I can illustrate some skills.
Oh, geez.
And is
I
once
don't
a
remember what it
month
says, but somebody
too much?
clever.
Is that
I'm like,
okay?
yeah, my kids are gonna get, fifth graders probably get it, like.
No,
just hard
once a
to
month.
crack or something.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Oh my
I wouldn't
God,
want it
that's
every.
so-
Yeah, we're
The-
not,
the
because
super
that's
kind of
the
like
thing,
it,
it's
and
gonna
it's
be
like,
5 to 10.
I know, and the school board shirts, and I'm wearing this outfit, and you're like, and you have to jump in, like, my first year, because I'm not, here you all walk in, like, last year, I was gonna do this kind of, here I am, I'm this October.
Putting it in the rear view mirror.
Yeah,
It's
no,
all there.
it's supposed to be right there,
But it's not directing
That's so-
Well, at the end of the meeting,
And then
I'm
stop
talking
it.
to the things that we're still required to do, so.
Yes.
I don't know how many people say politics or things these days, but I am, okay, kids have different shirts that have
So,
rainbows and so like.
We'll modify
I have
board
this
goal
whole,
2, but we're
Down
gonna
to
keep it
X and a whole different
that
flag and like.
high
It's
school.
kind of sort of rainbows.
Yeah.
But we'll try toward, I don't understand the swap of the rainbow. So I kind of wear those on Friday.
Measuring how many opportunities
It's my
for learning.
little-
I think so, we're having a push forward about learning. Or learn about
I
learning.
know, a little lighter, and like I said, my kids.
So here's the question. But I think it's relevant.
Get that message out there.
Pretty sure it's
Because I'm
relevant.
sure there's.
You have schools coming in to do their
Just start thinking about those things.
right, to introduce their
Yeah.
plans. Everybody
You can
has
tie
it.
that in.
I wonder
The
if that
messages
helped,
there,
like,
you're on that
monthly
wavelength.
or kickoff, or one of the earlier meetings. I can,
And
Or
if
the-
if you
the
articulate at each one of those sit points, this is part of our board goal for communication, communication. And here's how
So I
you
have
meet
this
that
kind of
standard.
too, and I'm
and
like,
the
I want
SIP
them to
plans
feel,
come in, you
I
see
get
the
it.
October meeting,
Yeah.
they're usually not due until the end of September. Most of them are already done, but they start working on them at the end of the year.
Just to isolate.
If I take the first meeting
That's
to
very chill.
There you go.
Without.
what the simple,
You know,
I
and
like
it's-
that.
before that, when they're prepping for
It would be surprising. I've seen
October
kids
board
like
meeting, where principals
Yeah.
have meeting, and then we jump
They
in.
accidentally.
Are you making more questions?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought there was a third. This is.
I had no
But
idea.
We got-
there's probably should get just
You're
consistent.
right, I guess that's
You know, with their favorite.
Direct collaboration.
Yeah.
One of the standards.
Yeah, we like.
You know,
So you're a killer or something.
Was it white great?
Oh, yeah.
You just start reading, and you're like, what is this? I read about kids in San Francisco on the bus, digging and all this stuff, and like, it's like, the kids are reading to where, yeah, it's okay if it's a little, because there's so much out there.
We had
Like,
0
it's-
public input.
Yeah.
You want to know
We
we
had
have,
our-
maybe you wouldn't tell a person.
Yeah, age appropriate.
Yeah, age appropriate, like,
Yeah.
I know it's counterproductive in some ways.
This is
but
a
it-
big
or
argument.
yes, a massive sign.
Or
Saturday,
exactly.
or
And
Or a sign of trust.
We don't ask anything in our district survey about
enemies
This is the budget.
going.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
Looking far ahead.
We don't ask.
Oh, there might be any data budgets.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
We don't have a question, you know,
But it's
so like,
real, but
that's in
ours
our
is
head, like, vision, that concept is.
hard.
Because of other.
Whatever they're
Learning that's what
bringing
we're
to the
doing.
classroom, it's gonna be hard.
We're
all excited.
Buildings and budgets.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's like just like, I my kids are homeschooled, get Waldorf, so like the, like, the difference of that is like wondering the subset who really ascribes to similar parenting style. So you're all in the same boat. Whereas homeschool.
Should we?
Well,
review
yeah, melted pot.
Yeah, you can melted pot.
I don't think this is a hard one
And then you
because
come out.
you're already trapped in it.
It's required
It's kind of
change
built in.
what you're coloring, you know.
Already had it.
And I want kids to okay, every day.
Right,
Yeah, and one day,
So, yeah, that shows. Is that something that we really want to do or know that we're?
Is that really cool?
I know, I
Come
know.
on, Sherry.
I don't know if that was something
We are scary, but look, we're typed up.
Well, having a pre-recorded video would be.
We were gonna have that.
Right, but so we didn't, so we didn't necessarily.
If you can take a moment to stop.
That's something that we could do. I mean,
Is it
that's
time?
That's definitely measurable.
Well, wait, it is. Let me check. We have a little bit more time, but what we thought, what I'd like to do is maybe go around and see what you have so far.
Yeah.
Because then we can get some feedback from some of the others. So, if you don't mind, can you share what you have so far? Okay, goal one, or not goal one, there's no goal one, this is, okay, we're gonna, so Mary, you kind of already you're gonna propose.
We started with number one.
Okay, so can you go ahead?
Okay, go with number one.
Okay, so the top one on the page. Whoops. They're planning. They're trying to-
Yeah, it's not gonna be
Oh, yeah, thank you.
No,
Did you hear the part where we're like gonna?
we're just gonna go
share?
over and just share your ideas so far, where we're at.
Okay, so we discussed the top one on the page about responsible governance. And we looked at if we met that goal this year and if it was attainable. And we did a little bit of digging about what the onboarding training modules are, what are they available on the WASDA conference that we're going to in November. And we thought that it needs to be modified. Right now it says by participating in at least 2 of the 3 onboarding training modules through WASDA. And there are not just 3 now, there are 5 about budget, and then there's more trainings about equity that we are required to go to. And so we discussed taking out of the 3 and then adding 1 needs to be equity, and just having kind of the same type idea, but changing it a little bit to modify it to be more productive and useful, beneficial, and include the equity part that is mandatory anyway. And then
And we found out that the trainings, at least 2 of the financial ones are at the conference in November on the 7th, one's on the 17th, one's on the 19th, and the equity one is being offered as well at the conference.
And then we looked at the next one that talked about the high expectations of student learning and talked about, did we do that this year? And then how did we measure it? And it's not real specific or measurable. So we thought about different ways to modify that one, because we feel like high expectations for student learning is like our main goal. So we really wanted to keep that student learning part. But we talked about how maybe it would be beneficial if the board members had specific opportunities to learn about teaching and learning best practices, and then And then Carrie suggested, could it be maybe about universal design for learning? And we're like, ooh, genius. And then maybe we could have a monthly presentation to the board so that we could increase our understanding of teaching and learning best practices and incorporate the school improvement plan and just a general overview of what the teaching is and have classrooms present. Sherry, what do you think?
I like that idea, and I was going to just make a suggestion, and this could kind of touch on a couple of things, but if Carrie was able to provide some sort of like a PowerPoint or bullet points of what those issues were ahead of time, and then people would read that over and go, oh, we need more, then I think it would be more fruitful to have a conversation rather than coming in that first time and saying, this is what it is. Then we need another repeat or something to then go a little deeper. But if I have a little more clarification prior to that meeting, then I can make that, it will go deeper for me when I actually hear you speak or someone present something. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah.
And that's all, that's where we got. Okay, great.
That was 1 and 2. How about 3 and 4?
Sure. We were talking about, okay, creating conditions district-wide for student and staff success. So it talks a lot about 21-22, talks a lot about the budget process. And we were talking about how the public hearing or meetings have been pretty quiet regarding that this year, which
You just said keyword. What dies against the law? Keyword.
sorry, I did not know.
Now there's gonna be around it.
Great, well, that's what I'm here for, to start right.
Okay.
So we wanted to talk about maybe working on the safety, security, health, and accessibility, like all the work that the district has done around those things, safety, security, health, and accessibility. Because just from looking at the surveys, there was some concerns from students and families about, are they safe at school? Like, we want to reassure that the schools are safe, and these are the things that we have done, the work that we've done. So that was kind of what we wanted to talk about, is maybe advancing that forward where it's not so focused on the budget, but also safety. And then 4, we kind of focused on the words disaggregated data, including disaggregated data. So regarding student learning expectations. So we wanted to change that or adjust it maybe to like digging deeper into the data, and then what data are we looking at? We were talking about social emotional learning, because that was also another concern on these surveys between the students and the parents, is they're concerned about the social emotional learning, and is there going to be a gap, and are they going to be ready for next year, and all of this. So how do we, I guess the question is like monitoring that, like how does the board monitor that? And I guess again, that kind of comes full circle with reminders that school is safe, because when you don't feel safe, then you kind of close up and put those walls up where social emotional learning can be blocked a little bit. So yeah, that's pretty much as far as we got.
Thank you.
She brought up UDL too.
Oh, I did, yeah. I brought up UDL.
She had the UDL.
Yeah, we did talk about 1 and 2 also, but I feel like it was covered in what you said.
I really like that you talked about very specific charts of what we really need to worry about, and that covers things in the budget. I love that. Thank you.
All right, Sherry.
Okay, so we had board goal 5, local community and ensure board transparency. We felt that board goal 5 really lined up with, I guess, our standard, or was the standard 4, as well as our strategic plan goal 4. So to me, it kind of went under the umbrella of, I think we felt it was like another area. So what we did was we kind of encapsulated. So it kind of falls in with the statement, but you'll hear what we looked at the data where we felt that we needed areas for growth. And this is how we incorporated that data into the statement. During the 22-23 school year, each board member will participate in at least 2 listening/communicating opportunities, parentheses, such as community voices, student voices, and staff voices. 2, advocate at the local, state, and federal levels on behalf of students/district. Model cultural, racial, and ethnic understanding and sensitivity. Ensure the public remains well informed of the board's roles and responsibilities. Disseminate information that addresses issues throughout the system and community. And communicates district performance to the public in clear and understandable ways. So we really looked at data from past years, compared it with where we were and where we saw the bigger shortcomings. We put that in that statement, said this is what we want. And we also like the idea of, I know we have the community voices, student and staff voices, but we wanted it not to just be what felt like a one-way listening, whether it be pushing information, but communicating as well. Hearing through the surveys what that feedback is, but also front loading and saying this is what we are already doing, or in response to what we did what we heard last year. These are policies, these are things we're going to be implementing in this next year. Again, reassess that and see what changes we need to make. So we like the idea of both listening as well as communicating and having Gary being a person who would help to disseminate that information as we go forward.
So we have more time during this activity, but I wanted to share part of the next steps is we hone in on the goals, but then we also develop a professional development plan to support those goals. So, but I mean, we're kind of at different stages for the goal setting, but I think we're getting there. So what I'm thinking is if you would take the next maybe 5 to 10 minutes, by 10 minutes to now they've already typed up theirs, but if you get it to a place where I have an actual draft, so we have some preliminary drafts, that'd be great. And then in 10 minutes, maybe Mary would take a break then for, it'll be, 10.
2:35, take a break.
Yeah, and then come back and I just want to talk a few moments about the development plan, because professional development plan, because really, I think we need to bring these goals back on the 19th, when we do the design, so that hopefully the full board, the other members that are not with us today, that they can, read them and, give some feedback on them, and then take those goals then hopefully to a board meeting after the 19th. So it would be till the 26th of September. But I think it's important to get their feedback. You could just get them to the place where, yours has professional development. So take 10 minutes and then we'll take a break. If that works.
That sounds good.
Okay, I think it's that thing we did for
Like
model cultural ones and ethnic understanding.
Everybody.
Yeah, that works.
That's my fault. I'm really not sure. They don't know how to pare it down. I guess we're gonna go with it. Okay. October-ish will have. Parents and maybe one of the core tenants is to work choices by during general outcomes that were Brian and president have started very simple offering kids to choices and actions and options or choosing with little people. That's right. So making sure that they're actions. Okay, the nice thing about this is it's
it's consistent on that. That's totally fine.
I think they're the same, but I think the language.
It matters.
Okay.
Sure.
So maybe just.
Then there are 3 ways to address that.
Yeah.
The 3 lesson components where variability can be addressed, and then
All three
concept
side by the side together.
volunteers. I wanted to just talk about the 3 ways and what they've done with that.
It is a lot, yeah, but we wanted the things that were concerning or.
It just felt like we're highlighting where our shortcomings, but those would be areas.
Yeah,
And they're different. They're each
Share
one
a story about how they went or what they did.
I'd like to have, what
Create
they're
additional-
like actual children and how
Like a hand with like a pen and a thing
and then the teachers there.
So we're gonna compare it to previous years, so if we added
and it would be
to
to different
Yeah.
options for
Here's how
teacher.
I address variability from
Okay.
these different generations.
That wasn't like.
Then
That's that thing in italics under.
Andrea about is defining Yale in
That's, yeah,
context. So Western literacy. So rather than doing media across the board, let's apply visual to.
It's okay, no, you're right.
And
So I think
Oh, yes.
that way it would be a smart goal.
There's
Yeah.
also an EL focus, let's remove language barriers or the lesson teacher.
So on each one of those things you listed.
And have maybe English at the top and.
Yeah, yeah, I agree, David. Yeah, you have to.
Do we have to put something?
Some of our adopted, most of our recently adopted programs have language options.
It'd be good to see some curriculum.
So to do that.
So there's a couple of questions.
Which also, I think it was.
There should be not like grade school. I don't know.
I would say
Keep that in mind, Scott.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me pull here real second.
Oh.
I'm gonna.
Like all these ideas. You want me to choose any of those or no?
Just
like,
like a
oh,
general direction and whatever else you want.
Picture all of that.
Just my initial.
You're really good at your brainstorming questions.
Well,
In 12 minutes.
So
Who came up with the yearly plan?
having concluded a year with.
See that little.
So it's like, it's from one minute time. That's
Try it.
Yeah, it was pretty quick.
I get that started great.
You are the boss.
Mary, am I gonna email
I know,
this to you? Or
yeah.
like,
Are you saying that?
do you have, are you? working on it?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so Kyle had a good, yeah, he has a good thought.
Okay.
I think that the best way to would be just leaving for all of our surveys. Evidence of progress toward this goal will be measured through additional surveys.
Great. Let me.
All of this is perfect.
So.
shouldn't change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's.
Say it one more time, please.
Evidence of progress.
So-
Evidence of progress.
I don't know.
This goal
Will be measured
will be measured
through district surveys.
through this.
I do like the idea of like.
Okay, so I'm gonna resend this to you and Debbie, Chris.
I guess. Yeah, I got your first one.
Again, so ignore that, I'll
Ignore that,
resend.
yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Do over.
The check, take two.
Fix my.
That's right.
Awareness, yeah.
We did have. We should,
That would probably be good to do that again.
Okay, I just reset that to you both.
Awareness of
Okay, so
engagement.
maybe you could read it one more time. It's hard to measure awareness and
Oh,
engagement.
right now, you.
No. when
Oh,
you're ready.
right, okay. Oh, sure.
No, when you're ready. Just
Yeah.
Come on here. What are you waiting for?
I'm kind of excited it's coming on.
I should be very.
You will receive it.
He loves to get it. The other starters really good. The over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never.
I know.
Even if you tried, I don't think you'd ever be.
No, I'm not gonna be kind of a ball, Harry. Just gotta cut right to it.
She embodies kind of the necessary, no question.
positive
Oh,
intent.
sorry. We'll look at the wording.
You really can't go wrong with that, you know? If you just walk into anything and you're just like,
Oh, yeah.
I'm going in, trying to be my best self, and I have good intentions. Yeah. I know. How are you supposed to be? How can they?
So I've seen times where you've been, even then, you still like.
No,
pick-
you've done it right.
She have her certificate?
I tried, well, definitely, I think she's so much, she's a bachelor's. Cool.
Yeah.
She's been studying.
Yeah.
And I'll go and I find myself going wild. trying to figure out something that I really don't-
I know it.
Yeah.
That's
That's great.
There's something redeeming, there's something redeeming.
Right, there's gotta be some.
And I do-
And the way that they're going.
So if you just get it around, you're not getting it. Standard.
So we would.
Just let things present themselves and, you know, like, I guess I need that.
Sometimes.
I guess
Everybody
maybe
done
I'll
with their copy?
move, you know, move the sheet. Or something. I wanna move that sheet.
Well,
I haven't, I've heard of it.
Yeah, I know what, yeah. I've been patiently waiting, so every.
I don't.
During the 2022-23 school year, each board member participates also five district activities such as reading voices, student staff members, to advocate on state and federal levels on behalf of students / visitors, model culturally responsive practices.
Oh, did you cut and paste?
Ensure the public remains more informed of board's roles and responsibilities, disseminate information that addresses issues throughout the system and community, and communicates district performance to the public in clear and understandable ways. Evidence of progress towards this goal will be measured through district certain.
Yeah, it's gonna be nationwide, but also it could be the actual. Documents. So you're saying that. you're gonna-
Documentation.
And district communication.
Right, which would also be very valuable.
Well, it's a,
Thank you. So down. I might have an and communication activity.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what.
And I'm gonna ask about, I know it, but they're listening, because listening sounds like it's on one way. But I'm wondering, when we're talking about, does communication embody listening?
Yeah.
Because if it does, we don't need to put listening and.
Communication is two-way.
I want to get a better score on survey, but it should be.
Yeah.
Different.
The whole, we're also disseminating information.
Yeah.
I also wanted to.
Experience for our students.
So,
Yeah.
so that's
It's
two-way.
two-way.
Right?
Is that already started listening?
You're making about me.
So,
And
and
training
those
is
two
helpful and really great body.
each board member just at least two.
Board goals is to improve the.
Because it's true though, when we're doing the community voices, I mean, we have generally been working to that, but there would also be an opportunity where we could be forward and say, this is what church does, this is, you know, I mean, like, I just feel like that's also a pathway to, you know.
Well, the reason why we listen, I'm not sure that we can make a decision.
Right.
To read and take action.
Can we include informing
As a word
these
person, it's
constituents?
a little
Would that be in this?
ironical.
Because I felt like if we're talking about advocating for local, state, federal levels, on behalf of students. If we're educating the constituents on what we are currently doing, right, then we can bring up other issues or an understanding. If people don't, right, I mean, because if we, what I'm saying is we kind of reserve that during our board meetings.
Yeah.
If you're not attending,
Commercial.
they share very similar before they work with
Yes, and next week. we will
And that
choose
also,
that.
it's not just our,
Right.
our
So,
staff
yeah.
or our school, but just the greater community members at large. They don't know these things. But if you say, this is an extended session in Olympia this year, therefore, these things will be on our agenda. We will be able to have stronger, whatever, connections with our legislators and trying to get these things passed, which then leads to mental health counselors, those kind of things. So what I'm saying is, I think that opportunity, however you want to do it, I don't, mean, I feel like it's more than just us listening. Okay, so I just want to encapsulate that.
So that's.
I mean, we can, if, you know, you can massage it,
Yeah,
but just
right,
something
right.
that
It's a
we,
good
it's a second start.
Good place to start, yeah.
So Mary, after we're ready.
We are sending you an email right now.
Okay, so
We are ready for a break.
And you're gonna see me, please.
Oh,
as board president,
Yes,
Mary,
that
would
would
you
be
like to
wonderful.
send us off to a break?
all right.
Yeah, I think so.
Job well done for this session. We're gonna take a 15-minute break. 10-minute break.
10
break.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
at 2:45.
2:45, be back in the room, ready to do more harder work.
Legs working.
I want to know what's behind the door that can't be opened.
Okay.
I gotta like.
Can you see on the wedding?
Oh, yeah.
And then, what people do work all the time.
Oh, you got response and testing. good?
Right, it looks kind of double, yeah.
And it's
Double
not.
dip. Yep, I get it.
Boundaries.
Hang on.
So Mary, you mind if I start?
So please, go ahead and start just a second.
So to stay kind of on course for our agenda, we had about 10 more minutes left of this agenda item, and it was both the goals and the professional development plan to support the goals. Obviously, we are going to keep going with the goals. I'll bring this back, but I wanted in your packet, there's several items that relate to professional development. For the board, professional development takes place in different ways. You look at this first sheet. This sheet that's board development opportunities 22-23. So as you can see at the very top, we have today, the workshop. So we call it a workshop when it's all day, but the study sessions are in the evenings, and they're usually 2 hours each. So those are study sessions, and we designed it so that they're all on Mondays. This intention, we find those and we see if that's going to work for in the future, but hopefully it will. So we had, during these study sessions and workshops, it's our opportunity to engage in learning and understanding of topics that will help us grow and to achieve our goals. So that's we can do that. The next are the WASDA onboarding trainings. So those are, we talked about, there's 5 of them there that are listed that WASDA puts those on. On the next page, there's the educational equity concept that already, that's coming, I don't know, May 18th. Oh, that's next year. That must be. Yeah, do you know if this was for next year, this one? This educational equity, was that last or this coming year? I think this is last year, if I remember right, because the 18th.
Yeah, when we were doing it, it was just getting ready to happen.
Right. Then there's the WASDA annual conference, there's the regional meetings, there's the networking calls, which are happening sporadically, but I see and sent the link to Erica, and I can keep doing that. They're at noon on there. It's hopefully will be on more, every other week, but every week. And they talk about a lot of legislative.
I know.
But that'd be hard to do. And then they have the legislative conference, and then, of course, the conference that we're not going to go to, because it's the national one. Also, the coming up that's not listed here is the General Assembly, and I don't know if any of you saw this, but I got onto the WASDA website, and we were, there's a shout out to Arlington. So
I saw that we were the first to.
Yeah.
send something
There was
in.
3 the week before, but then they were using the reinforcement. So yeah, they need to get on.
Somebody logged on for the General Assembly, so.
I registered Sherry.
So that got us, that was kudos to us, and they were happy with us, and they listed us.
In the eyes of OSPI, shine.
Yeah, well, lost everything. So anyway, these are opportunities, and these are just, ways that we can engage in learning or in, and actually there's board meetings, the regular board meetings as well, because just as you heard, we're probably gonna have once a month opportunity to learn at even a regular board meeting. So we've got that. Also in your folder is a listing of the document that has the regular board meetings and the special board meetings. It also has the community voices events on it, and it has the joint meeting that's in January. It doesn't have student voice, it just has the community voices. Right, we have that. A new document that you've never seen before, because it's totally new. It's called the Board of Directors Annual Agenda Planning Outline, and it's several pages. That one right there. So this is a document that we're going to use to plan the agenda. So right here in your hands, you have for every board meeting for this year, the potential topics for every board meeting and the study sessions and the workshops. we based this on what we did the previous year. So it is definitely going to need to be tweaked, and that's why it's a draft and it's fluid. But it gives us an outline for what we normally, because there's required reports, there's this and that. But we actually will bring this to the board, right, Debbie, for the board to approve its initial, this is just the outline, but it's intended to be, it'll be modified as we hone in on the agenda items. Questions about that? It's a very helpful tool. It gives us kind of a, well, first of all, are we doing, is the work we're engaging in the right work? Are we doing what we should be doing? Is it aligned with the strategic plan? So that's a planning outline. That's what we're calling it.
And we also, do we also look at to see if it's balanced so that not every meeting, like, so that they're kind of about the same length and have like a lot of the, like, not like super long one meeting and really short the next one. We look at,
We try, but we never know exactly, depending on the sometimes depending on public comment, we really don't know. It's really based on, it's more based on what's required for that period of time. So there are certain reports, like the basic ed report now used to be required in September, now it's required in August. So it's really what drives it is policy and what's required. And we can kind of, things that are optional, we can say, hey, let's move it to another. So it's more of like that. And then this other goes up here that looks to like, why would we give this ever to you? And it's just a heads up that it has on the far right side or the left side, it has the dates, the board meeting dates, the type of meeting. And then you're not going to be submitting items as a board member, but the system principals, assistant principals, directors, they all have to submit items in time for us to publish every meeting. So like, you know, we've got this system in place to make sure that we're publishing in time. We publish now on Thursdays for a Monday board meeting. And so we have to be constantly thinking about the next step. Just a heads up there. And I guess for the professional development, it's really, we're gonna, I think on the 19th, we'll talk a bit more about that. Because we have the structure of the when, it's just the what. Now I gave you the planning outline that has some of the what, some of the what.
And that document will be, resides on the homepage of Board Docs. So when a meeting finishes, it'll be updated with business that was concluded. First reading of this policy, and it'll close that meeting, and then the next meeting will show you what's coming up. And if you tell me, hey, move that to this, then that document is constantly fluid. And your initials are behind it. So you can look several meetings in advance, highlight stuff coming up and prep in advance versus waiting for that email with the photo shot of what I think I'm gonna get. This is your plan in advance of what I think I'm gonna get.
Oh, on the Board Docs on the homepage. So when you go into Board Docs and it's that homepage, where would it be?
It's under documents.
Okay.
And it'll
I
say
usually just click
annual.
on meetings. Is it
Well,
not on?
It'll be on the very first page where all your pictures are.
But then you know how it goes, meetings, policies.
It's not on Board Docs on the homepage?
It's not on there yet, you haven't approved it. But that's where it'll be, it'll be in the very open page, very front page where you have the featured item, and probably really close to that, it'll say the agenda plan, and that the addition number will change and the revision will change as we move through the year.
So before we leave this topic, when we talked about the professional development plan, we'll get it tighter at the study session on the 19th. But we're going to consider the goals that we develop. We're going to consider the required board equity training, which is already one of the goals. We're going to consider the results of all of the different assessments that we've done. There's also something that I want you to consider right now because it's going to be helpful for ACE. ACE is a board commissioned committee, and they stand ready to study certain topics. So what I want you to think about between now and September, I mean, it'd be great if you knew ahead of time, because the A's will be anxious to know what we're, because we asked them too, what they want to study. And they presented to us in June, and remember when Brittany Hyman presented, they were saying in their presentation, they stand right, you know, to study certain topics. So as we look at our goals, and we look at what's ahead of us in the future, is there a topic we want Ace to dig into again? We do ponder that on the 19th, and we'll just let Ace know on the first meeting that the board is going to talk again about those topics on the 19th of September. And then also finally consider the professional funding targets for the staff, and I don't think we included that. That might be the next time we'll have to include those targets, the learning outcomes, and you know, the color, the 5 stages. Already talked about that. We did that somewhat. So, ready to move on to the board operating principles, which is really a quick review of policy 1600. So in the policy, it really describes how we're going to work together as a board team. And it talks about our roles, it talks about the superintendent's roles, it talks about the board's goals or the roles, it talks about all the things that are listed up there, how we're going to communicate, how we can listen, cooperate, and support each other, about judgment and trust, and about decision making, and then how do we respond to complaints or concerns among us as a team, and then our board meetings and how we do agenda planning, and we have board requests about what might go on an agenda. So that's in that policy 1600. But what we're going to do right now is you're going to work with a partner, and I'm going to give you a sheet that's true or false. And I have some statements on here, and with your partner, I want you to determine whether that statement is true or false. And then after we take a few moments to do that, then we will discuss that. Well, I was hoping you would do it from memory, but I don't want to stress you out, so if you feel you need to do it, you can. But you're not gonna have much time, so, and I'm letting you choose a partner, so you can choose a partner. You and me. Okay.
You're curious.
You know that, but you can do it ahead, right?
Oh, well,
Yeah, I already are. Here's the next one. Oh, okay. So you can do it.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, you took care of it.
We're supposed to go do it real quick. It's not.
Yes.
Okay.
You can.
Remember the previous pictures?
There you go. Okay, word review.
I think yes.
No, one way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, this one is yes, yeah.
Oh, sure.
I think they treat.
No.
I mean, we do.
Yeah.
False, yeah. Sounds like a. Serial.
Could be true, but I don't know that's the way they're like, and.
Okay.
That's a trick question, I think. It's not gonna be trick. Yeah, so I think what we're saying is they're taking this question and taking it to that other level. I don't communicate to the other one. I'm not communicating with her. I think that's what that means. So I would say-
Yeah,
Are you guys done already?
Yeah.
Did they nail it?
Well, we'll see.
So now, I know you're still finishing up, so now you are gonna take policy 1600 and see and find where the answer is, and you can score yours.
Oh.
Well, but then we're gonna talk about it, so don't. Just put the right answer beside you, you didn't have the right answer. No, you're gonna self-assess. And you're gonna find it where in the policy is. No.
I feel like this is symbolism.
I know, like, anything, be careful about wording, because you're going
Check my correct.
All wonder.
Say that.
Okay, so here's the no surprises one.
The what?
In that.
Where's that?
It's just the what?
Now.
Well, this one's not in there.
I just found the one that says no surprise.
Where's the budget?
Where did that one?
This one is.
Oh, it's because it says the board members. So check that. That's right. I was one of the surprises when last every board.
Oh, there we go. You can budget it. Yeah.
30.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, that was.
Here's the texting. There's meetings.
So it should, that should be.
They were
Any question? Or it started.
Survey. What's missing? I mean, that's one of the surprises.
Yeah, it's a different stage earlier, right? So that'd be true too.
No, that's false. This one,
Reviewed it as policy.
right there.
Supervisor recommendation,
Right there.
Oh, wait. Okay.
and then board state vision.
Oh, that's
have it
great.
to policy, but
Oh, there you
that's false.
Oh, here's the no surprises.
That's their.
Here's the decision making. But this part is correct. This part is not correct. Trick question.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay,
You're good.
okay, 1 second.
Oh, there we go.
Indeed.
Always talking shop.
It's like, it's right by the vent, so it could be.
Hey, I don't know. I think it's pretty pretty. I
Are you
mean,
looking at the little round spot right there?
they made a nice design.
What do you
Little-
see in that ink?
Yeah, it's like a drum.
Like the flashing could be off or something.
Wow, I was splitting 2 sleeves.
Might be harboring.
No.
Might have old going on.
You ready?
We're ready.
Okay, we can learn as we go. Okay, so the first one, the board reviews and approves the district budget.
True.
And you found evidence of that in policy, okay? The next one, the board reviews and suggests the what? And you found evidence? I want to know if you didn't find evidence for any of these. The next one, the superintendent supervises and evaluates the board. That's right. So the board has one person that they supervise and evaluate, and that is the superintendent. The next one, the board commits to individually and collectively stand by its code of conduct and speak with multiple voices. And what's the error there?
One voice.
One voice. We all have individual voices, but when it comes to then making the decision, regardless of what we voted individually, we support what the vote was.
In the policy though, that one says, they do say it collectively stands by its code of conduct. So it's kind of a trick question.
True.
She just threw in some extra voices.
Yeah,
I purposely put multiple.
yes,
voices
that's good.
into one. Okay. Next one, the superintendent provides recommendations. Okay. The board reviews and adopts policy. The superintendent decides the how. The board president is the official spokesperson for the board. Yay. Both the board and superintendent love surprises and commit to making sure we have surprises at every board meeting.
True.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Those surprises.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes things come up that we didn't intend, but if we make a commitment to avoid surprises, to support one another. So we try to hear something that's, of concern, or maybe even a public comment we might share. Or other things. The next one, the superintendent will be the official person for areas of district operation. Once a decision has been made on a proposal, board members and the superintendent will individually and collectively publicly support successful implementation. That kind of goes by what I said just recently. The next one, board members will communicate directly with the board president and the superintendent when a question or a concern is voiced by a staff member, student, parent, or community member. You put that one on there twice. Oh, no, it's different.
It's a community.
And the next one, according to the Open Public Meeting Act or OMPA, there will be no online email or text message communications between board members during the meeting.
I didn't find it in your.
And do we know why this is connected to OPMA? Why would that not be good? to
Because
have?
it'd be outside, it'd be outside the meeting.
Wouldn't it be open and
No, it wouldn't be
transparent?
transparency, no.
It could be a meeting within a meeting, because you're having communication between board members, and this, maybe it's not, it's not, but the public wouldn't know. You know, they wouldn't know what the content is, and we want to be transparent, we must be transparent. We're required by law to do our business in public.
So if someone outside, if someone texted you as a board member during a meeting about a board issue, you would just ignore that. That would not be.
This specifically is between board members.
Oh, okay.
So I can't text you guys
Right.
in a meeting and you can't text me.
Right. Okay. Okay, so it just.
But hopefully you'll just ignore anybody else's text or anything.
Okay. Sounds good.
It's really the.
The decision
email.
makers.
Yeah, or Facebook messages or anything.
And then just the next one is that it's similar to the other one, board members will communicate directly with the staff member or student or parent community member when a question arises or concern is voiced. We already said it's the reverse. So these operating principles, basically we view them again and we commit to them again. So, but I wanted to make sure that it was clear, and, you know, of course, we don't have all of our team here today, so I'm hoping that they will get a chance to review them again, because they will come to the board for a formal commitment and renewal. And so I just wanted to have time to do it. So that's that.
Are we done with the set?
Yeah, we were good. Ready with that? Oh, and on the next steps, it's that, you know, we'll renew our commitment to policy 1600 on our board meetings. That's the next steps. So very ready for
whatever.
very last.
Was this in my packet? Was this in everybody's packet? Was this the one that's supposed to be going around?
So that one, so the student voices in the packet is just to show you the dates, but I think Debbie has the master sign up list.
I didn't want to get.
Already on our own,
Good question. Good question. So our last agenda item for today is to take a look at the suggested revisions and updates to the district strategic plan. So in your packet, there is two things. There's a stapled piece of, there's some stapled documents that says strategic plan on it. And if you look at that first, identified in red is new language, and then there's some crossouts. The intent here was, we're just taking our foundational plan and making it make more sense. So there's some metrics that we had that were very hard to measure, very hard to find the data for. So we wanted to make sure that we can measure, use with the metric they said. So down in area 1, student learning and achievement learning targets, we changed the one metric, percentage of 8th grade students successfully completing all courses. That was really hard to measure. That was really hard. So we're changing it to passing math standards, and we use assessments for that. And then we, the number of eligible early high school credits earned by students during the year. I think that was one we already had, so I'm not sure what was read, but anyway, that's one we're gonna do. We're gonna measure how many high school credits are earned during 8th grade. That's important, especially when we have a requirement of 24 credits. The crossed out one is just, oh, I know, we moved where it was crossed out below to the one above, that's why it's red. Okay, questions about that? Make sense? Okay, on the next page, there's another bullet, and we just, we put this, the perceptions of engagement online, so survey data. In goal 2, we crossed out, well, we changed the goal a little bit. So we wanted to add the language of being an inclusive environment, so you notice that in the goal. And then it is missing the word by, because we will cultivate and maintain a safe and caring and inclusive environment that supports a positive culture to increase student learning and achievement by, and how we're going to do it. So by listening to perspectives and voices of our student staff, and we're changing on everything, we're changing the word parent to family.
And then
Okay, so families and community. That's a change there. And in the metrics, we're not going to measure the registered visitors to our school. It just, I don't know, we decided that it just wasn't, well, didn't help us during COVID, you know, for sure. And so, and how we did that is, help me, Brian, I think we measured those that completed the
Either the back, provided a max card or an accommodation. Religious medical.
So we're not going to use that as something to measure, but we are going to put the last one there, increased awareness of the Safe Schools at Work tip line. I think that, you know, and maybe, you know, like based on the conversation today, this is even more important than ever. You know, we want to, how can we measure how people feel safe? Research stewardship, nothing in the goal part, but in the metrics area, we changed it up. It said was the level of fund balance. Well, that doesn't mean anything really. It's just a statement. So we said the percentage of general, and we wanted to specify general fund, so it's not the transportation or the ASB or the debt fund, the general fund balance related to annual costs. So we're much more specific there. Then we crossed out utility costs, but put it at the bottom. We crossed out the number of staff development activities and opportunities and clock hours. And this is really hard to measure. I mean, we can go into, but it takes, it's I wouldn't say hard, it just takes a lot of work. And it's really going to give us the information we want. And then we changed the evidence of staff diversity to, because what does that mean? What does evidence of staff diversity really mean? So what we put was higher, high quality, professional, and diverse staff. So we made that, we tweaked it and really aligned it, Eric, if I remember right, to the language in the goal that you have for HR. And then we added K-3 class size ratio. We are required by the state to have a 1:17 ratio. That's not just the teacher, it includes a specialist as well, but it's really important for us to keep that ratio. And we've been doing well. We want to show our public that at times it means that's low, but then we have a higher class size in some of our higher grades. So we just want people to understand that. Then we added asset preservation program rate. So this is, Brian just recently shared this with us, and it's a rating that we get from OSBI. Is it right, Brian?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's it applies to buildings that we receive state match money. Just a scoring of how well we're maintaining those through an evaluation conducted by a certified.
Yeah, and so it does show stewardship at school. And then, of course, we have the utility costs. That's under resource stewardship. Under goal 4, we changed the word parents to families. And then again, in the heading, we're listing metrics. We are adding the number of press releases. We've shared that with you, but we just haven't listed it here. And we're going to say, instead of website posts, just put media, social media posts. That's really more accurate with what we do. Number of student advisors. So we wanted to, you know, we're increasing our connection with students to advise us. So we want to show that. We want to show that that's increasing, and we'll find ways to even increase more advisors, student advisors. Yes,
Down another.
okay, the third bullet. Okay, number, so the third bullet. The next bullet after student advisors, student, staff, and family perceptions of being a partner with the school and district. So that's the survey. You know, how they feel like they are. These are kind of new. These are the equity audit ones that we're adding. And then the number of participants in voices opportunities. Remember. Took out the number of student community service hours. What's happening is it's not required for graduation, and the Honor Society does it, but it's really a limited population of students in your doing. You know, I'd love to have them all doing it, but we're making it very narrow. So those are what we have. We're just revising it. And then,
Oh, hold on real quick. What about the mentor program? Would that be something you would want to add, the mentorship?
if we can, but we're not there yet.
Okay,
I wonder if that-
because you're just talking about partner, you were talking about family and community partnerships, and that was it the mentorship? You were talking about the work.
For the, oh, you're talking about the internships? Or you're talking about-
Internships, yeah, within the community. I don't know. It just would, it'd be neat, just, if we're just starting that, it might be nice to have a benchmark and then see how that grows.
Community partnerships, or not internships.
Internships, yeah.
And that's exactly the top bullet, number first.
So I think this is really,
Seems like a
summer internship.
and I'm gonna add the word apprenticeship. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna do internships. Okay, anything else? You see? Okay, and then Gary has a head start. You have a mock of the revised brochure. And so once the board approves these revisions, and then we'll send this to the printer. So we've got new pictures. There's only one that really has masks on it, but that's because we like that picture of the students. So
The library room.
it's the one for the
Oh, okay.
So he'll incorporate a couple of the things we see, like there's a couple of tweaks that we need to do, but I love that picture of presidents with the rainbow. Kind of hard to see it right, but it's really beautiful. And then the graduation one, you notice the truck, it's special, students with special needs that are in that truck.
Mhm.
So that's really cool. And that's very
Cute.
And then he had to put, I mean, student learning too, when you think about it, our goal is that students graduate, but the goal itself talks about successful transitions. Well, here, this is a kindergarten class. You know, and they're gonna have to go from kindergarten to preschool and have successful transitions all the way until they graduate. That's what I have. For this strategic plan revisions.
I just want to ask you, I know, Carrie brought up, any thoughts we had on any partnerships, community books. I didn't know if Carly Gastineau was someone that you would consider. I know she's with Food Bank. I know she's probably insanely busy, but I think it's a really good time to get her voice because she knows the community. She knows that subset and what those needs are. And I think
She'd be great on it.
as I said, I don't know if she can fit in her time, but I think she'd be important to have.
Yeah,
At least, good,
and I agree. We honored Carla.
I remember on Zoom,
Right, not this year, but the year before as our community leadership award. She was doing so much, and she's continued to do so much. I think she'd be a good.
I think so.
That's all I have to.
Does anybody have anything else to add to this lengthy discussion today?
It was fruitful, thank you.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn this session. Oh, wait, next meeting is next Monday, the 22nd. What's the date next Monday? 22nd, Monday, the 22nd, at 6 p.m. at the school district office. Entertain a motion. to adjourn.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn this study session.
Director Kelly,
Aye.
President Levesque,
Aye.
Director Knapp. Aye.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Okay, this is my color.